on the national series.
चल देखो भाई सही है क्या बंद है क्या
In the
नहीं
Eastern
नहीं ये किधर बंद
Islands.
अंदर देगा अपने आप चल होते
Awesome. You can put this one here.
I think it lag
Yeah, I like it by being there. Huh?
lags out it lag just move
Yeah, I'll move it there. I am ready. Welcome to the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, day 2 of competition here at the third stop on the national series, Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Um, we are here for the surfers to battle it out in the water here at the Point Break. Um, in the water, we already have a heat running. We have Kishore Kumar in red, Tain Arun in white, Logesh S in blue, and Sekar Pachai in yellow. The Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge is brought to you and organized by the Surfing Federation of India, supported by the Sports Authority of India, by TT Group, as well as all the other sponsors and supporters which are making this possible. Our venue, Hotel Seabreeze, and Marmaris Restaurant and Bar. Already some action in the water. Surfers starting their heat pretty fast. In the lead, our surfer in white with a 4.83 and a 1.33. That is Tain Arun. In second position, our surfer in red, Kishore Kumar, with a 3.93 and a 0.67. Followed by Logesh S in blue with a 4.0. And Sekar Pachai in yellow with a 3.33. The competition is very close. Everyone scoring in the low averages and high fares. So the heat is wide open for anyone to take the lead. We are playing the game of surfing, competitive surfing. It is a game, but some of these surfers do take it quite seriously. However, the best strategy is to catch a lot of waves and have as much fun as possible in the heat. After all, for surfers, it is such a good opportunity to be able to surf a lineup which is usually crowded with only 3 other surfers in the water, and that is the biggest win when it comes to competition surfing world-class waves with just 3 other people in the water, and also being able to make a career out of your passion. So grateful for all the people that can make this possible, for our surfers of India. So much work and dedication put in for our surfers of India. As we had a few waves ridden by our surfers in white and red, I believe. Waiting on some scores for that. We are running a heats and rounds based competition. Every heat is surfed by 4 athletes. 2 of the athletes get to pass through. So it's a 50% elimination per round. Each wave ridden by the surfers is scored on a scale from 0 to 10 by the judges. And that scale from 0 to 10. Alright, here we have a surfer in blue setting up their first turn, a bit of a jam in the pocket, carves the second maneuver, now setting up a third bottom turn, hits the oncoming section, and he's out of there. Surfer in yellow now up and riding. First check turn to start, layback carve, and now goes to hit that oncoming foam section. That one runs away. A lot of action in the first moments of this heat. Our surfer in white taking the lead. 483 and 133. Waiting on scores. Last of white a 1.33 as well, so 2 1.33s. It's going to be looking to improve on that score line. Yes, the best strategy is catching lots of waves and having fun, but a little addition is to build on your scores as you go through the heat waves in your heat, so that every wave you catch has a bit of a higher score than the previous one. So you know you're building momentum, you know you're increasing your score as the time counts down. Time is of the essence in a heat. Only 20 minutes to catch 2 good scoring waves is a big challenge. If you've ever tried it as a free surfer, you should totally do it. Just put a timer for 20 minutes and see how many waves you catch. The judging scale from 0 to 10 can be imagined as a folder with 5 different pouches inside of it. Each pouch being a separate category of wave quality. Alright, so last of red, an 8.0. Red takes the lead for the 8.0 and the 3.93. Last of blue, a 4.67. Blue taking second position now with a backup of a 4.0, needing 7.27 already to take the lead. The surfer in red, Kishore Kumar, has the habit of shutting down competition for their competitors. We have our surfer in white now, hitting it right under the lip on the first maneuver and just losing it on the finish. Surfer in yellow now in third position. Their previous wave coming in at a 3.13. So surfer in white, which was previously in the lead, is now in fourth with a 4.83 and that 1.33. Going to be looking to improve on that, and he does. Last of white at 3.73, bumps him up into third position. Surfer in white in third position needs a 3.84 to progress, to take second position out and progress. Still very achievable. Surfer in yellow in fourth position with 2 threes needs a 5.34 to progress and to take second position. A little bit of a bigger requirement, but still possible. We've got quality waves, lots of opportunities for our surfers to score. Every wave that comes through the lineup is an opportunity, and the surfers in the water, as they scan that wave, as it approaches will be judging. All right, we have a surfer up and riding, driving down the line. Just loses it on the first turn, overextending there. Another surfer up and riding on their backhand. Looks like our surfer in red, driving through the barrel, and he makes it out of the doggy door. We'll see what the judges think of that. Surfer in yellow now, up and riding, hitting that oncoming section, and riding out with control. Judges are looking. Judges score each wave, but what do they score on the wave? They score maneuvers on each wave. A maneuver must start with the bottom turn and end with the rider riding out with control. The only maneuver which doesn't need a bottom turn is the barrel ride. For the barrel ride, the surfer must make it behind the curtain of the wave. Last of red, the barrel ride coming in at a 2.37. So really important with barrel rides that you disappear completely behind the curtain and that you make it out cleanly from the exit. So that exit was a little bit dirty as he made it out through the broken lip. A little bit of wave anatomy. We have the face of the wave, which is the unbroken green portion that the surfers perform maneuvers on. We have the lip or the crest of the wave, which is that part at the top which is feathering and about to break. Here we have our surfer in white driving down the line across the face, getting up into the pocket, carving back on the shoulder. Two cutbacks for our surfer in white. Third, and he'll be looking to hit that oncoming section there. He hits it, throwing the fins far, but losing his center of gravity. So coming back to some wave anatomy, we have the face, the crest, we have the pocket, which is the part which is right where the wave is about to break. It's the steepest part of the wave. We have the shoulder, which is the part further out to the left, which is less steep. As you can see here in this wave, we have part of the wave which is broken, part of the wave which is unbroken. The part which is broken is also called the white water on your right, and the part which is unbroken is called the face. As you can see, the highest part of the wave is right in the middle between the broken and the unbroken part of the wave, and that's where the pocket is. That's also the part of the wave which has the most energy. So maneuvers performed in the pocket are scored higher than maneuvers performed on the shoulder, as the section is more critical. The judges scoring, okay, last of white a 5.50 with those three cutbacks, the first jam and the loss of the attempt on the finish. Bumps him up into second position. So situation is red in first with that 8 and the 3.93. White in second with the 5.5 now and the 4.83. Blue in third with the 4.67 and the 4.0. Needing 5.565 5.66 to take second position, and yellow in third with 2 threes, needing a 7 to take second position and progress. Two of the surfers will make it through this heat to the next round, where they'll be matched up against another three surfers, another two surfers in that case if two can pass through. This is round two, heat one of the men's open at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Thank you for tuning in live on the YouTube. We have a big setup here at Hotel Seabreeze Marmaris, brought to you and organized by the Surfing Federation of India, the Sports Authority of India, TT Group. Here we have surfer up and riding, disappears at the bottom of the wave in the bottom turn, carve to snap combo, floats that last section and just goes down on the finish. So it'll just be the carve to snap combo. He's looking to improve his backup of a 4.0 with 42 seconds remaining. Probably the last opportunity to clinch that second position and make it through to the next round. In the water. Now our heat leader in red, just laying down a high line, now throwing that tail behind, reversing effortlessly. A second tail throw, this time trying to rotate fully around. And there we go, some progressive surfing from our surfer in red. And there as well, some more progressive surfing from our surfer in blue, looking to make it through to the next round. Surfer in white just got up before the buzzer, so this will count probably, but not much space to do many maneuvers. So we're still waiting on scores to see if our surfer in blue will improve the situation, make it through to second position. They do need a 5.66. Will they get a 5.66 from that carve to snap combo? There was a lot of flow in that maneuver, in that combo, that combination of major maneuvers. So we'll see where the judges go with that. Buzzer for the start of the next heat. Our surfer in white already up and riding, Akilan S, with cutback and a snap and a finish. So that was quite a good textbook heat starter with a combination out the back followed by a finishing maneuver. We'll see where the judges go with that, but they'll probably go up into the averages, maybe even the goods. So what I'm talking about with averages and goods, these are our categories. These are the portions of the scale which are reserved for different quality of surfing. From 8 to 10, it's reserved for excellent waves ridden, excellent rides. From 6 to 8, good rides. From 4 to 6, average rides. From 2 to 4, fair rides. And from 0 to 2, you have your incompletes or poors, and so on. It is a sunny day here at Hotel Seabreeze. We have a big setup with the judge booth, a shadow judging booth for our 18 or 15 new judges in training. We are bringing to you the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, but behind the scenes there's a lot happening. We are developing a a whole bunch of skills and capabilities to run events, to be able to host international events such as the qualification series event, which will be taking place in August. Here's our surfer in red, Ajish Ali, going straight up into the pocket for the first maneuver, maintaining speed down the line, big carve, and goes up to finish it, but he loses that last finish. Shouldn't affect the score too much. He started with a good jam in the pocket, followed by a big carve. Ajish Ali, known for his power rail-to-rail surfing. I had the pleasure of working with him in the last couple of weeks, doing a little bit of coaching, trying to get his surfing even tighter. Akilan S. as well. We've been working on some speed generation and making the most of all the sections provided. 3.5 for the last of white. So judges looking at the size and criticality of sections on the wave, awarding that a 3.5 for good flow and combination of some maneuvers. We'll see where the wave of red goes up into the goods, a 7.17, right in the middle of that good category, good scale. So the judges really liking that strong start to the wave. Obviously a bigger wave as well, a bigger set wave. Surfer in red really attacking that first section and laying down a huge rail carve. Good flow we saw in the surfer as he attempted to come for a finishing maneuver right after his big carve. We can see a lot of speed is maintained through his maneuvers. So surfer in white now in second position, needs a 3.68 to take the lead. Surfers in yellow and blue still waiting to open up their rides. Judges are looking at commitment and degree of difficulty, how much each surfer commits to the wave, commits to each section, and the degree of difficulty in performing the maneuvers they choose to perform on the sections they target. They're looking at innovative and progressive maneuvers. Our surfer in red from the last heat scoring a 5.90 with that tail blow reverse. That was a progressive maneuver, throwing the tails out to the beach, not reversing out with full rotation, but just the other way around. They are looking for combination, the judges are looking for combination of major maneuvers, which our surfer in red in the current heat is able to display the combination of that snap to carve with flow, maintaining speed, drive, power, lots of power. Seeing a little bit of frustration, I think, from our surfer in red. Might have been a moment in which he was probably looking to take that wave, but the surfer up the point was with higher priority. Looked like he was going to take it until the last moment where they opted out. "13 minutes and 35 seconds. Still quite a bit of time, but our surfers in yellow and blue do need to open up their heats. Yellow now up and riding, driving down the line. It's the first section, just a little under the lip. Carves the second, and he's out of there. speed, carving that section, going up into the oncoming section, and he lays that one to bed. Surfer in white now behind also, finishing on the oncoming section. That was our surfer in red getting a backup. It will be a good backup. It won't be as good as his previous wave probably. Just a little too much speed on that first maneuver, not able to engage the rail as much as he wanted to. Oh. Yes, allow, no?
Yeah.
With 11 minutes on the clock, everyone has opened up their heat in the first part of the heat, the first half of the heat. Backup score for our surfer in red of 583. Waiting on the backup of white. So having two scores in the first half of your heat is really a strong performance. That's two waves, two good scores in 10 minutes. Being able to do that. Last of white comes in at a 433. Highest scoring ride for our surfer in white so far. So also will be happy to have two scores under his belt in the first 10 minutes of the heat. Surfer in white in second position still does need an 8.67 if they want to take the lead. So surfer in red has created a big requirement for our surfer in white with that 717 and 583. Looks like our surfer in white is sitting in a position of priority though, as we see him pretty high up the point. Surfers in white and red, actually all surfers. Here's surfer in yellow looking for a backup, driving down the line. And that wave, not much opportunity. So as they wait for waves, they really scan and look at each wave as an opportunity for a score, judging each wave and each opportunity in terms of how much scoring potential it has. Will it allow them to do one maneuver, two maneuvers? Will it have a critical section to hit and be able to do an off the lip? Is it more of a shoulder to be able to do more carving maneuvers and rail work? And usually they'll be looking for waves which allow them to, or which have a scoring potential higher than the waves they've currently ridden. As the aim is to constantly build on your scores as you go through the heat. Get a good finish in the heat and make it through to the next round. This is round 2, heat 2 of the men's open at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Surfer in blue up and riding. Driving down the line, just looking for a section to hit. Carves at the end. And now our surfer in white, out back. Caught a wave. think our surfer in white is looking, yeah, they're last coming in at a 1.03, so just a throwaway score. We call it a throwaway score when it hasn't built upon their previous scores, it hasn't improved their heat score total. So situation with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Still red in the lead with a 7.17 and a 5.83. White in second with a 4.33 and a 3.5, needing 8.67 to take the lead. Yellow in third, 2.67 and 1.07, needing 5.16 to take second position and make it through to the next round. Surfer in blue in fourth position with 2 1s, needing a 6.5 to progress, to take second position and progress. Looks like priorities with our surfer in red, followed by white. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We're entering the closing minutes of the heat. The closing minutes of the heat is when competitors will look to maintain their position. Looks like a solid set coming, an opportunity for our surfers in yellow and blue to progress as opportunity, but our surfer in red takes it, jams that first section, gets into the lip for the second, hits the oncoming section for the third, just gets taken down by the explosion of the foam ball. So our surfer in red in the lead was looking to do two things with that wave. One thing was improve their score, improve on their backup of 5.83, and the second thing was block any other surfers from, especially our surfer in white, from catching a good quality wave and getting the score they need to take the lead from them. Our surfer in white could have easily achieved at 8.67 on that previous wave as well, which is why our surfer in red with priority used their priority to make sure that our surfer in white would not get that score, would not take the lead from them. Surfer in white now having priority as there looks to be an opportunity. He lets that one go underneath and our surfer in yellow picks that one up, driving off the bottom, jams the first section as that one runs fast. He will get onto the open face, but that wave dying out a little bit around that rock area where it seems to be there are some deeper sections in the water. Our surfer in red did improve on their scoreline in that using that previous wave, getting a 6.67, making the requirement for white even higher. White now needing a 9.51 to take the lead. Looks like an opportunity for white. Doubles up, drives down the line, sets up the first turn. Just a bit of a bubble on that first carve. Now getting up into the lip. And he's out of there. Surfer in blue, just up and out. So surfer in white there was probably not aiming for the 9.51, that being a very high score, and the wave had some good quality in it, but a bit further up the line. Looks like our surfer in white's up and riding again. Two minutes and 30 seconds to go. Surfer in red looking to maintain his position, shut down the competition. He is in a dominant position with the lead and with priority. It's a very good position to be in your heat, as it means you have right of way on every single wave that enters the lineup. And you've put big requirements on all the other surfers in the heat. Last off white at 387 does improve their situation a bit, but just a little bit. Still needing a 951 to take the lead. With a minute and 45 seconds to go. Surfers in yellow and blue will be looking to take second position from white. Surfer in yellow in third position needs a 553. Surfer in blue now up and riding, needing a 667. Bit of a smaller insider, doesn't really provide the opportunities he's looking for. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Closing minute of the heat. Our surfer in red has done a good job of shutting down his competition, getting a big requirement for surfer in second position to take the lead. Surfer in white in second position needing a 951 if they want to take the lead. Surfer in white in second position will be going through to the next round unless surfers in yellow or blue get the requirements. Also quite a big requirement of 5.53 and a 6.53, 5.53 for yellow, 6.53 for blue. Surfer in red up and riding, using priority on this one. Into the lip twice, carve, and hits that oncoming section, finishing right in front of the rock. Might even improve on his situation at the end over there. So we see our surfer in yellow, using priority as well out back, looking for that 5.53, but just losing the finish there. I'm not sure what he did on the starting portion of that wave. We'll be waiting for scores before we start the next heat. Red is looking to improve on their back up of a 6.67. Quite a well put together wave. 2 snaps, a carve, a finishing maneuver. A bit of a smaller wave, but the sections were steep and critical. And it does go above their highest wave. It is a 7.57. So red really doing a good job at shutting down that heat. White in second position with that 4.33 and the 3.87 will go through to the next round. In the water now, surfers Shrikant D in red, Harish M in white. Shrikant D from Kovlong, Harish M from Mahabalipuram, Harish P in yellow from Mahabalipuram as well. These are local Grom, who's now stepped it up to the big leagues. Harish P, 14 years of age, surfing against the men's open division, in the men's open division. Here he is up and riding. He likes to catch a lot of waves. Cuts back the first section. The second one as well. What's good with Harish is he can catch any wave and make a score out of it due to his size advantage. It's the dream of a lot of surfers in India to be small, since we tend to have also a little bit smaller waves and smaller wave conditions. Being smaller means you can have more opportunities to ride waves. Praveen Rathod in blue from the west coast on his backhand. Here's our surfer in white up and riding, Harish B. Slinky. Just driving down the line for now. Now going for a drawn out carve. Gets into the air on that finishing section. That wave just going a little bit too fast down the line for a surfer in white to handle the speed and be able to really perform maneuvers. Yes, speed is really your currency when it comes to maneuvers. The more speed you have, the more you're able to spend it on your maneuvers. However, if you have too much speed, that can also be difficult to control and difficult to put your board in a critical section as you're racing down the line. Last of Harish P, a 383 for those two cutbacks. Last of Harish M, a 283 for that redirect off the top. Surfer in yellow taking the lead, followed closely by Surfer in white. Surfer in red and blue, being patiently waiting out the back for some quality waves. You can see different strategies being taken here by our surfers. Some good action in the first 3 minutes of the heat. Two waves ridden by our surfers in yellow and white. Deciding to start the heat quick. Surfer in yellow taking a wave at the second peak just to start the heat, get a score under the belt. Surfer in white was at the peak and found a good quality wave. That one just racing down the line quite fast, making it a bit of a challenge to be able to perform maneuvers on. Yeah, it would be great to have you on. All right, we got our surfer in blue racing down. That was red. Sorry, racing down the line, making it behind the curtain, but that one going a little too fast. Now surfer in yellow, looking for a backup, jamming it in the pocket. Bottom turn, carving the second, and looking to finish on that oncoming section. Looks like he might improve. He will improve on his current score for 3.83. We had waves ridden from our surfers in red and yellow. Now our surfer in blue with priority, waiting out back for a quality wave. 15 minutes on the clock. Last of yellow, a 6.17. Resulting in a heat score total. Alright, we have our surfer in red now up and riding. Big layback jam. Carves the second one as this one is a little bit laid back. Big layback carve to finish. So 3 big carving maneuvers. Nice to see our surfer in red putting the board on rail. And he'll be happy to get a score in his scoreboard. His previous wave of 133 just as a throwaway. Surfer in blue still looking to open up their heat. 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Let's see where the judges go with that. Last of red, a 6.67. Bumping red up into second position. Red now just needing a 3.33 to take the lead from our surfer in yellow. Impressive to see our surfer in yellow in the lead 14-year-old Harish P from Mahabalipuram, local boy. A 617 and a 383 in the lead right now. Shrikant D, the third, one of the top 4 surfers in India, part of the team selected to represent India for the Asian Games. In second position with a 667 and a 133. We saw some very strong surfing from our surfer in red yesterday in round 1 with a 9-point ride and a 767. He is a power surfer, very aggressive on the top turns, carves, finishing maneuvers, airs. Priority sitting with our surfer in blue. Second priority with our surfer in white. In third position, looking for 518 to make it into second position and progress to the next round. This is round 2, heat 3 of the men's open for the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. We have 12 minutes on the clock. Already quite a bit of action for our surfers in yellow and red. Getting 2 scores in their scoreboard. That is the mission for the first 10 minutes of the heat, is really to get some scores in the scoreline. And the second 10 minutes is really to start building on those scores and consolidating your position in the heat. Surfer in yellow is looking to do that right here. Jamming the first one in the pocket, carving the second one, looking at that oncoming section, but it closes out too fast. We'll see if he improves on his backup of a 383. He probably will, as the 383 was 2 cutbacks on a smaller wave. Here we had a jam and a carve. So maneuvers that usually score higher, that are a bit more radical in terms of angles, and that were performed in a more critical section on a little bit bigger of a wave. We could see this in the low to mid averages. In the averages, definitely improving the situation. Off our surfer in yellow, as our surfer in red is in second position, only needing a 333 to take back the lead. So that's why our surfer in yellow is really trying to improve on their situation to increase that requirement and to try and shut out the competition. Last of yellow, just a 4.5, so still improving on their situation, but not a great deal. The requirement for red is now a 4, very achievable for a surfer in red, who will be looking to improve on their previous score of a 6.67. Just waiting probably patiently out back. A surfer in white having a look at this wave on the inside. I believe losing priority with that, so a little bit of questionable decision when it comes to priority. Priority is super important in competitive surfing. Priority is gained by reaching the primary takeoff zone. Priority is lost by committedly paddling or having a look at waves or catching a wave. Looks like a solid set wave out back. Let's see who opts in. Praveen, our surfer in blue, uses priority on this one, carving the first section. Now driving down the line, looking for the wave to stand up. That one kind of lays down a little bit, so he carves it again. And now it stands up. He doesn't hit the oncoming section as that. Now we have our surfer in white out back, driving down the line, looking for a section 2 hit. Carving the first 2 carves. Combination of 2 carves, one a bit more vertical, one a bit more across the shoulder, cutting back now, and now hitting the oncoming section. Surfer in white is looking for a 5.18 to take second position and progress to the next round with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Priority now sits with our surfer in red, looking to take the lead from our surfer in yellow. just a 4-point ride requirement. As we see our surfer in white going for the run around. Last of blue, a 3.50, bumps him up into third position, now needing a 4.51 to take second position and progress to the next round. This is a heat and round competition. We are in round 2, heat 3 of the men's open category. 2 athletes that score the highest waves are passed through to the next round until they reach the finals. That is the aim. Surfer in red now up and riding, looking to improve, well, to get a 4. Big carve to start. This wave kind of softens up a bit. Let's see if there's a section on the inside. There isn't. It's just the one carve. Will he get the 4-point ride with that one carve priority now with yellow? Last of white, a 4.53. Bumps him up into third. White now needs a 3.48 to take second position, but our surfer in red in second will be improving their situation with that big carve. Surfer in yellow with priority now has an opportunity to improve on their scoreline and increase the requirement for our surfer in red to maintain their hold on first position, maintain their hold on the lead. Quite an impressive accomplishment if our surfer in yellow, 14-year-old Harish B, first time in the big leagues, first time in the men's open division, taking a win over one of the top. And there we have it, our surfer in red took back the lead from our surfer in yellow, with his last score coming in at a 5.20 for that single drawn out carve. Surfer in red really putting everything into that one maneuver and getting rewarded with a 5.20. It's not all about quantity of maneuvers, it's also about the quality of maneuvers. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We are entering the closing minutes of the heat. So surfers in red and yellow will be looking to consolidate their positions in first and second to pass through to the next round, while our surfers in white and blue will be fighting to get the requirements they need to get into that second and third position and make it through to the next round. Surfer in white in third position needs a 6.15. Surfer in blue in fourth position needs a 7.17. So the requirements are getting quite steep. Let's see if there's any opportunities. Priority still sitting with our surfer in yellow. Second priority with our surfer in blue. Third with white, and fourth with yellow. Fourth with red, sorry. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Each wave is scored by the judges on a scale from 0 to 10. The scale can be imagined like a folder with 5 pouches in there for different categories: good, excellent, average, fair, poor surfing. As the judges watch every single wave, they take all the information in, and then they will categorize it into those 4 categories before comparing it to other waves in those categories and asking themselves if the wave currently ridden comes above or below. And finally, they'll create separation by determining whether it was a lot better or a lot worse, or just a little better or just a little worse. And that's how they generate the scores. They are looking at subjective judging criteria. Here we have our surfer in white, cutting back the first section with a rebound in the pocket. Let's see if this wave stands up on the inside. Looks like it might. It's a little bit thick, but he's still able to do a bit of a cutback. Surfer in yellow, just getting caught behind that section. The following wave makes it out onto the open face, hits that oncoming section, and does land and make it out with control. But I think just a single maneuver, so we'll see where the judges go with that. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Our surfer in yellow was looking to get a 5.71 or higher to take back the lead from surfer in red and use priority on that big set wave. Quite a good decision. However, that wave just running a little too fast. That's when really looking, as we saw there, our surfers were interested in that wave, but they saw that it was running too fast and opted out. So and 40 seconds to go. We're seeing that wave selection is a super critical factor. Just because the wave is big doesn't mean it will have a good scoring potential. If it runs too fast, if it has too long of a wall, if it's too much of a closeout, it will not give the opportunity needed for the open face to be able to generate speed and perform maneuvers. Last of yellow at 3.70 doesn't take them back into the lead. Still needing a 5.71 to take the lead. He is able to achieve such a score, already having a 6.17 under the belt as we enter the final minute of the heat. Surfer in white scoring a 3.53 on their last wave. Still needing a 6.15 to progress to the next round. This is round 2, heat 3 of the men's open category at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, supported by the Sports Authority of India. As we see our surfer in yellow going left, looking to hit that oncoming section. Just not enough energy in that wave. As this heat comes to an end, and our surfers in red and yellow will be... There's our surfer in red with a big tail blast, hitting the second section as well. Big layback carve to finish, just losing a bit of control. That was our surfer in red looking to shut down the competition. Not sure if he would have made it onto his feet before or after the buzzer, so we'll see if that wave counts. But regardless, he makes it through to the next round. Next round is the quarterfinals. Our surfer Harish P in yellow also making it to the quarterfinals. Huge achievement, first time surfing in the big leagues. 14-year-old making it to the quarterfinals of the men's open division. In the water right now we have Ramesh Budihal in red, Som Sethi in white, Varghese in yellow, and Pradeep Pujar in blue. See two surfers here, red and blue, sitting by each other as our two heat winners from the previous heat walk onto the beach victorious. This is our surfer in red. A snap to start, going vertical on the finish, just losing the completion on that one. This is round 2, heat 4 of the men's open division. We have 2 more heats. after this in the men's open before we move on to the women's. The women's round will be a quarterfinal already. As we have only 11 women surfers competing. Surfer in white opting in on this one. Trying to get out onto the open face, just getting a little bit. Here he makes it onto the open face, setting up the first bottom turn, carving the first section. Looks like there's a double up. He enters the double up, hits the oncoming section, just losing the finish. 18 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Some action from our surfers in red and white. The colors also give you an idea of the ranking, the seating of our surfers. Here's our surfer in blue into their first maneuver. Carve to cut back combo, now setting up the finish on the oncoming section, and he's out of there. First of red, a 4.83. First of white at 2.5. Red already catching a second wave, a 0.90. Just a throwaway score. Here's our surfer in yellow on their backhand, up and riding. As we have the angle switch. Looks like a nice open face. But that one just having a little bit too many sections, difficult to get past and maintain speed down the line. Minutes on the clock. Surfers in red, white, and blue already getting some scores in their scoreboard. Actually, all surfers getting some scores in their scoreboard. We're still waiting for the last of yellow and blue. Starting the heat early is a very important part of competitive surfing. Last of blue, a 3.27 bumps him up into second position. Now needing a 2.47 to take the lead from red. Parity is established as all of our surfers have caught a wave. First of yellow at 2.17. In the lead we have red with a 4.83 and a 0.9. In second blue with a 3.27. In third white with a 2.5. And in fourth yellow with a 2.17. Yellow needs a 1.11 to progress. White needs 0.78. Blue needs 2.47 to take the lead. Heat's still wide open. Plenty of time to do it. Plenty of opportunities to score. 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Judges are looking for commitment and degree of difficulty. They're looking for innovative and progressive maneuvers. They're looking for combination of major maneuvers. They're looking for a variety of maneuvers. Speed, power, and flow, performed with speed, power, and flow. What is a major maneuver? A major maneuver is anything that starts with a bottom turn and ends with the surfer riding out with control, such as cutbacks, carves, snaps, or off the lips, aerials, and barrels. Minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Surfer in white getting a 0.8, bumping him up into second. We're going to see a lot of shifting around in the starting minutes of this heat. 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Surfer in white getting a 0.8, bumping him up into second. We're going to see a lot of shifting around in the starting minutes of this heat. as our surfers get their first 2 scores. Tide still rising. Surfer in blue up and riding. Up and above the lip for a floater, and he rides out with control. That'll be his backup score. For each surfer, the top 2 scores of their heat will be counted into a heat score total, which will be compared against each other and gives us who is in first, second, third, and fourth position. 2 surfers from the 4 make it through to the next round. The next round is the quarterfinals. We are here at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, brought to you by the Surfing Federation of India, the Sports Authority of India, TT Group, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association. We have 13 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Priority. And here we see the village of Mahabalipuram. Lots of things to do in Mahabalipuram. It is one of the epicenters of surfing in India, but it is also a beautiful temple, historic temple town. We have huge granite carved temples carved directly into the bedrock and the boulders all throughout the village. A lot of stone carvers as well, still functioning, still commercially operating today, making big carvings. If you want to take them home to place them in your gardens, in your homes, last of blue at 2.57. Blue takes the lead from red. Requirement for red to take back the lead is a 1.01, so the heat's still very wide open. White in third position, needing just a 3.24 to progress, as we see our surfer in yellow up and riding. Up into the lip for the first turn. Carves the second. Looks like this one is standing up for them, driving down for speed. Goes up above the lip for a floater and makes it out. I'll be happy with that backup score. Priority sits with our surfer in red. Followed by our surfer in blue. 11 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Looks like our surfer in red ups in on this one. Let's see what they can do with it. Carves the first section. Narrow radius of turn. Goes up into the lip vertical. Releases the tail. Comes down. He'll be happy with that. Wave will probably be better than their current best. Good carve to snap combo. Going vertical. Releasing the tail. Priority goes to our surfer in blue now, in the lead, having a chance to defend their lead. With 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. All of our surfers have caught 2 waves, and they'll be happy with that. It's already just an achievement to catch 2 waves in the first 10 minutes of the heat. Yes, the surfers are competing against each other, but they are also just looking to improve their own performance, to achieve accomplishments such as catching quality waves in 20 minutes, which is a big challenge in itself. A last wave of red, a 7.17. Good wave, fitting into that good surfing category with the carve to snap combo. Judges really liking the quality of maneuvers there. Even though the wave was a little bit smaller, our surfer in red still able to generate a score. 9 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. I'll be going for a break during the next heat. We have a surfer in blue up and riding, compressing on the finish. Very good practice. That was the best maneuver I've seen so far in the heat from our surfer in blue. So really stepping it up to make sure they keep a good hold on second position, as he's followed closely by our surfers in yellow and white, both of which are able to generate big scores. Last of yellow comes in at a 3.07, reducing their requirement to go through to the next round to a 2.78. Surfer in white with a 2.5 and a throwaway needs a 3.54. We know our surfer in white is able to achieve that, and they are sitting with priority out back. With 8 minutes to go, plenty of time to get that score. Last of blue improves the situation a little at 2.77, but not enough to be safe. So our surfer in blue will still be looking to keep a strong hold on their second position in the back end of this heat. 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go. We see some beautiful lines coming through. As you look at the ocean, waves appear as horizontal lines approaching you. Now our surfer in yellow, up and riding, big drawn out carve. Sorry, this is our surfer in white, Somseti. Second carve, losing a bit of control, still able to come through, just loses this third section. So it'll just mainly be that first carving section, followed by the second carve. Let's see where the judges go with that. 7 minutes to go, still some time to go back out and get another one. Priority is sitting with our heat leader in red, followed by our surfer in second position in blue. Last of white, a 3.83, bumps him up into second position. Blue now in third, needs a 3.07, still very achievable. Surfer in red is putting a big requirement, however, on our other surfers. And we have a surfer up and riding, driving down the line. That's our surfer in red. Getting past the first section, just carving. Now it doubles up. He goes up into the lip pocket for the first maneuver. Let's see if he gets another section. He probably will. It steepens out. He hits the second section. Now he has an oncoming section to hit, and hits that one as well. Managing to perform some maneuvers on that wave, but also quite a few sections that he wasn't able to perform maneuvers on. Quite a few more critical sections at the start of that wave which were missed. It is tough to manage some of these waves as they really drive quickly down the line at that start. Here's our surfer in blue, getting past that first section, going up into the lip, pushing hard on the tail for the first maneuver, and he's out of there. Just the one maneuver. His previous wave at 2.77 for a single maneuver. This is a higher quality maneuver, so it'll go higher than the 2.77. But will it go higher than the 3.27? I do think so, because it is more about quality of maneuvers than quantity, and the 3.27 was, I think, 2 turns, but a little bit lower in quality. So this could go up into the 4s. We have 5 minutes to go. Surfer in blue only needing a 3.07, might be getting that requirement to take second position back from white. Last of red slightly improves the situation with a 5.67. Last of blue a 2.97. So it is higher than their 2.77, but not quite getting them the requirement they need to go into second position. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Priority does sit with our surfer in yellow. We'll be going for a short break after this heat. Here's our surfer in red, carving that first section. Snap under the lip for the second. Me being happy with that wave. Looks like probably the best wave of their heat so far. They lie down and get up again for the last section. Now going for a float, looking to finish. But that one just slipping under. Surfer in white now up and riding, looking to consolidate their position in second. Surfer in blue looking to take back second position. Cuts back the first section. Waits for it to stand up. Draws out the bottom turn. Snaps the second section. And now looking to get past that elephant rock. He does rebuild on the inside. He does get an oncoming section. Let's see how he can hit it. Bottom turn. Hits the oncoming section. Just losing control at the end. A little bit of frustration there. Last of white. Still waiting for last of white. Surfer in blue looking for 3.07 on that wave. It was a carve to snap combo. But our surfer in white also caught a wave. That's our surfer in yellow, Mr. Varghese. Two minutes and 40 seconds to go. Something's up with our priority system as our surfer in yellow is on the beach. Cannot have priority. Last of yellow at 363. Bumps him up into second position. Last of blue at 393. Would have gotten him the requirement for second position, but our surfer in white shut that down with a 4.5 on their last ride. And 45 seconds to go. The surfer in red taking the lead with a 717 and a 567. Surfer in white taking second position with a 45 and a 383. Surfer in blue with a 393 and a 327, looking for a 4.41 to progress to the next round, to the quarterfinals. Surfer in yellow with a 363 and a 3.07 needs a 4.7 to progress to the next round. Surfer in red now up and riding, our heat leader. Carves the first section, waits for this one to stand up, generating speed. That section breaks in front of him. Carves the second section, just loses a bit of speed at the end of that one. Not much power left as we enter the final minute of the heat. Not as many quality waves in this heat. Seeing the conditions slow down a bit. It is 8:20 in the morning. Still plenty of time till high tide. But we are seeing the additional water in the surf spot affect the waves a little bit. Conditions not as clean as yesterday. Yesterday we had some super clean conditions. High tide today will be at 10 a.m. with a 1.3 meter coefficient, so that's 1.3 meters of water. The low tide is 0.3 meters of water. As we come down, round 2 heat 4 for the men's open category, and we will go on a break during the next heat for me to recharge my batteries so that I can bring you more quality information in the rounds to come, in the heats to come, in the day to come. So stay tuned. We are here at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Round 2, heat 5 of the men's open category. And we'll be coming back after this heat for more information and updates on the surfing in the water. So stay tuned.
Blue up and riding. White up and riding.
Why you gonna now?
May I request a free surfer to please clear the water? Thank you. Free surfer to move further north or please clear the competition area. Thank you. Score updates. At the moment in third is blue. In fourth position is yellow with 0.73. In third is blue with 0.83. In second position is red with 1. In the lead is white with 3.83. Check and call going out to the surfers of heat number 6. Shivraj Babu in red, Sanjay Kumar S in white, Rahul Panir Selvam in yellow, Naveen Kumar R in blue. Request you to please report to the beach marshal. Minutes to go. White up and riding. Time check, 14 minutes and 55 seconds to go. White, your last wave is a 3.17, you're still in the lead. Yellow, your last ride is a 0.93, you are in the second position. Situation at the moment, in fourth position is blue, in third is red, in second position is yellow, and in the lead is white.
Okay, so priority currently sitting with blue, then white. 11:40. As we see blue up and running. Okay, current situation. First white, second red, third blue, and fourth yellow. As we see red surfer cutting back to the source, waiting for this one to roll up, bangs the end section. So we'll just wait for that school to drop and then I'll update you with 10 minutes 47 remaining. 10:47 remaining. So last of red, 567, 567 Sanjay. That's you in the lead. We're back up to 267. Second, white. White, you're in second. A 383 and a 317. Blue, you have a 217 and a 03. Blue, you require a 483, a 483. And yellow, your situation, you're in fourth, you need a 607, a 607. With 10 minutes remaining. Eight minutes remaining. Situation still the same. Red first, white second, blue third, yellow fourth. Yellow you're chasing a 607, blue you're chasing a 483. Situation red, you're still in the lead, red, you have a 267 and a 567. White, you're in second. You need a 4.52 to move into the lead. Blue, you're chasing a 4.83. And yellow, you need a 6.07. And there's 6 minutes, 34 seconds remaining. Last yellow, 253. Not enough, you're still in third. Chasing a 447, yellow, 447. Blue, you need a 483, blue, 483. So situation, red is still in the lead. Red first, white second, yellow third, and blue fourth. 3 minutes, 38 remaining. Great exchange there, just wait for those scores to drop before we update the situation. There's 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. So, just under 1 minute. Situation still the same. Red horse, obviously up and running now. Current heat leader, Sunday. Bangs on off the top there, wraps it around. And as we see, yellow up and riding too behind him. Seconds. 30 seconds remaining. Waiting on last of red, last of yellow. This is blue, up and down to the blue there. So we're going to count this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Counting down heat number 6 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right up and riding. Ruben, can you please come to the judges area? We're in the men's open round 2, the last heat number 6. Coming up will be the quarterfinals for the women's open. Second call going out to Kamali Murthy in red, Sandhya Arun in white, Ishita Malviya in yellow. First set of scores coming up. In second is yellow with 2 and 1. In the lead is red with 7.83 and 0.6. White up and riding now. White, your opening wave is a 2.23. You're in the third position at the moment.
Are on with the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Our surfer in blue there, just going for a layback off the lip on the finishing maneuver of that wave. That was the opening ride for our surfer in blue. Welcome to the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. We are into round 2 of the men's open category. Our surfer in yellow now looking for some backup scores with a powerful jam on the first maneuver, carve on the second. Now our surfer in white on the backhand, setting up that final turn on the oncoming section. He goes up more vert into that lip and comes down. Our surfer in yellow still riding the wave, looking for a section to build up on the inside. Surfer in red has taken control of the heat with a 7.83 on their heat opener. Surfer in yellow in second position with 2 scores on their scoreline, a 2 and a 1. It's going to be looking to improve their scores throughout the heat. The surfer in white opening up with a 2.23. We're still waiting on the heat opener for our surfer in blue, which we saw coming down from that layback off the lip finish. 15 minutes on the clock. All of our surfers getting active in the opening 5 minutes of this heat. That is what you want to do. Build momentum fast. Last of blue, a 6.17. Great to see our surfer in blue building some confidence in competition, creating some scores during the heat. He's a very good free surfer, but has a bit of a harder time when it comes to the pressure of competitions. It is a massive challenge to perform quality rides within the short period of 20 minutes. Our surfer in blue and red showing that they can go into the good range with their scores in the opening 5 minutes of the heat. And high competitive proficiency. 14 minutes left. Each wave will be scored by our judges on a scale from 0 to 10. The scale having 5 buckets for 5 different categories of quality of ride. Excellent between 8 and 10. Good between 6 and 8. Average between 4 and 6. Fair between 2 and 4. And poor between 0 and 2. Last of white, a 3.83. That was the hit on the oncoming section, putting the board a bit more vertical. As the screen has gone black, don't worry, we'll be back with action in a minute. 13 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We're back with action. That was our surfer in red, I believe. Just coming down from a maneuver. Priority sits with our surfer in blue in second position, looking for a backup score. With 13 minutes to go. Last of red, a 1.3. Does improve the situation a bit, but still a throwaway score. They'll be looking for a solid backup in the back 13 minutes of this heat. Our surfer in blue only needs a 2.97 to take the lead, and that's why our surfer in red tried to get a backup to shut down that opportunity for our surfer in blue. Surfer in red now up and riding again, finding an opportunity under priority, snapping the first section on the lip. Let's see if this one doubles up and opens up an opportunity for our surfer in red on the inside, floats the next section and waits for it to stand up again. Little check carve. Now going towards the oncoming section, hits it with a lot of speed but just loses the finish, unable to ride out with control. It'll be just the first 2 opening maneuvers, the snap to float, so it won't be as good as his previous ride probably. 12 minutes to go. Judges are looking for commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers such as cutbacks, carves, off the lips, aerials and barrels, variety of maneuvers. Every cutback, every carve, every off the lip can be done in a variety of waves given the section provided to our athletes and the style considerations and technique considerations they might have in performing those maneuvers. Finally, they look for speed, power, and flow. Maintaining speed, performing maneuvers with power, flowing through the transitions. 11 minutes and 1 second to go. Last Fred of 4.57. It is a backup. He does improve his situation. He does increase the requirement for our surfer in blue in second position, now needing a 6.24 to take the lead. Nice wave peeling through the lineup. The surfer in yellow takes the back end of that as no one took the opportunity out on the inside, just mistiming the first turn on that wave as that wave runs out. Most of the quality on that wave was on the starting portion of the peak, but not many surfers were able to position themselves in the right place for that wave. As we slowly approach the second half of the heat, the situation has built itself out. Our surfer in red has taken control with a 7.83 and a 4.57. The surfer in blue following close behind with a 6.17, now waiting with priority for a backup score. Backup score which will hopefully take him into the lead. He just needs a 6.24, and here he is on a wave using priority, but that one just shuts him out. His priority shifts to our surfer in white in third position, needing a 2.35 to take second position and make it to the next round, as we have him here going up onto that oncoming section, releasing the tail, just missing the finish on that maneuver. Judges are very critical of the finishing on maneuvers. A maneuver is what brings the score on each ride. If you ride a wave with 0 maneuvers, you get 1 point around. A maneuver is anything that starts with a bottom turn and ends with the surfer riding out with control. Last of blue, just a throwaway of a 0.63. You'd be looking for that 6.24 to take the lead, and does have priority. And 40 seconds to go as our surfers sit out in the lineup. They are scanning every single wave that comes through the takeoff zone and measuring, observing, judging each wave. There's a surfer riding, that's our surfer in white, hitting the oncoming section, and this time riding out with control. Just being a little bit more careful to make sure he finishes his ride, as he needs a score, just a 2.98 to make it to the next round. But our surfer in blue is holding priority and still waiting for a backup score. Last of white does take him into second position. It is a 4.0. Blue now just needs a 1.66 to take back that second position. Priorities with blue followed by yellow followed by red. We are in the second half of round 2 heat 6, the final heat of the men's open division for round 2, before we move on to the quarterfinals of the women's. We are running the competition on the main bank at Mahabalipuram Point Break. It's a beautiful point, one of the best we have in the country. We have run multiple international events at this venue, US 3000s, Asian Surfing Championships. Priority has shifted to our surfer in red, so I'm guessing our surfer in blue has gone for a ride, as we see one of the local boys running up the rocks. That is Sanjay Kumar S. He knows the spot like the back of his hand. The locals have a secret paddle out spot from the rocks where they jump off a big rock on top of the oncoming waves and ride out the backwash into the surf spot. This spot is notorious for strong currents, especially when those strong currents come into play. Our surfers jump off the rock, ride the current, try to catch the first wave that comes all the way down the spot until they reach Mumu Surf School, one of the first surf schools in India. Blue up and riding. Yellow uses priority. Yellow sets up the first turn, hits a nice looking section, just not able to get all the way up into the lip. Red climbing the foam on the first section, waiting for this wave to stand up. Looking to improve on a 4.57, goes up into the lip, releases the tail and comes down. 5 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Foam climb to snap finish for our surfer in red. Priority back to our surfer in blue, only needing a 1.66 to progress. As you see a beautiful opportunity here, our surfer in white having jumped off the rocks. You see how fast they're able to make it into the surf spot when they use the rock jump. Already setting up some good turns out back, now hitting the oncoming section. He's happy with that ride. As our surfer in blue now has an opportunity, carve is the first section now, floats the second, looks to get ahead of the section, but just goes down. Probably get the 1.66, but looks like our surfer in white might increase the requirement with their last wave, combining multiple major maneuvers on that one, carves and snaps. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Surfer in red still in the lead. Surfer followed by our surfer in white. It's about to increase their scoreline. Followed closely by our surfer in blue. Surfer in yellow in fourth position, needing a 4.66 to progress. Surfer in blue needing a 1.66. Surfer in white needing a 9.5 to take the lead. So our surfer in red really has shut down the competition. But once again, the reason you see such good performances from our surfers in red is because the color coding also shows you the ranking of the surfer. Surfer in white, blue, sorry, white, red, then white, then yellow, then blue are ranked in that order on the national series. Last of white, a 4.93. Requirement for blue is now a 2.76. Still achievable. Still waiting on the last of blue. As we see, I believe our surfer in white having caught another one. So really staying busy, trying to get the requirements higher, trying to secure that second position. It is the closing moments of the heat. Last of blue at 3.43. He does take second position back from white. So that's why our surfer in white is looking to get some stronger backups. Requirement for our surfer in white is a 4.68 now to progress to the next round. Requirement for our surfer in yellow is a 6.43 with 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Still some opportunity to be had for our surfers in white and yellow. Now's the moment where it's gonna have to be a careful balance between quality of ride and time remaining, with only 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Surfers won't be able to be too picky with the waves they choose, but it will have to be enough quality to get them the scores they need. It's kind of up to the waves at this moment. Priorities with our surfer in red, followed by our surfer in blue. So both our surfers in position to progress to the next round also have priority. This is a good position for them to be sitting in, as with priority you can block other surfers who are trying to take your position from catching quality waves. As we enter the final minute of the competition, we might see some tactical blocking from our surfers in, probably from our surfer in blue if anything. So that's when our surfer in blue might go and paddle onto our surfer in white to make sure that any opportunities that come through are blocked. With 25 seconds to go, our surfer in white does get an opportunity. Combination of two maneuvers. He is looking for a 4.68, so it is achievable. He already has a 4.93. Let's see what the judges say about this. That was a sketchy decision from our surfer in blue, letting surfer in white take off on that one, especially since they had priority. Last of white, a 4.60, and it's just below the requirement. Surfer in blue makes it through to the next round. We are going into the quarterfinals for the Women's Open right away, as we have our surfer in red catching a wave after the end of the heat. Big snap off the top, just a single maneuver. That wave will not count. Surfers are not supposed to catch waves at the end of the heat. As we have our local boy Raghu Panir Selvam, also a shaper, also a free diver, also an acrobat, man of many talents. Here's our surfer in white, just opened a new surf school, Sukha Surf School, with his buddy Ruban. And there we have Kelly, another local boy, local legend. You see him on the biggest waves out here at the point, getting stand-up barrels when the conditions are good. As we see a boat rolling through the inside. So surfers in white and yellow charge into each other. There's our surfer in red, taking the win on the last heat. Congratulating each other. Good sportsmanship there from our brothers from Mahabalipuram. As we see Kelly the legend and the good vibes on the beach with Lokesh, Anjay, Sivraj, Argis, Chain. You can see all the boys here, good crew. They cheer each other on, they support each other in training, they travel together, and they compete together in the same heat. As we have the women out in the water, still waiting to open up their heats. Kamali Murthy in red, Sandhya Arun in white, and Ishita Malvia in yellow. It's been great to see the women's surfing improve throughout the years. There used to be competitions where we couldn't even run a women's division. Ishita Malviya, part of the scene at the start, having to surf against the men's open due to a lack of other women competitors. Ishita Malviya still in competition, still giving it her all, still learning every day, just like all of us. Surfing for the women's has been growing at a very fast rate. We now have a solid team representing India for the women's division in international competitions such as the Asian Games coming up in October in Japan. We have some good coaches out there who have been putting a lot of work to give quality training to the women. Apu Surf Academy up in Kovlong has been holding a lot of all women's training camps to bring up the level. 16 minutes remaining as our women just waiting for quality waves to roll through the lineup. We are approaching the high tide mark. Conditions might be slowing down a little. We have a paddle from our surfer in yellow, having a look at that opportunity. Almost 5 minutes completed. If another 5 minutes go without any waves being ridden, there will be a restart to the heat and the women will have an extra 10 minutes. But here we have our surfer in yellow, getting up, going left. Surfing the Channel Island twin fin. We're having a couple of mixed swells come through the lineup, creating some opportunities to go left. We've seen our surfer, local boy Harish P, go left. Here's our surfer in red, up and riding, carving the first section, putting that board on rail. Now going up into the lip for the second maneuver, and she's out. That'll be a good heat opener for our surfer in red, Kamali Murthy, local girl, sister of Harish P, the 14-year-old we've been seeing competing in the men's open division. These are surfers in red and white. Have caught their heat openers, leaving our surfer in white out back with priority. First of red, a 6.83 for the carve to snap combo. First of yellow, a 2.83 for that left. As we see our surfer in white having a look here, but not convinced by that wave. The biggest challenge in competition is dealing with the pressure, the time limit, and the pressure of all these people watching you surfing, the pressure of creating scores to pass rounds, to make a win. The best thing you can do as a surfer in competition is to remove pressure off yourself, to have fun. Because the less pressure you have, the more fun you have, the more in rhythm you will be with the ocean, with your nervous system, with the waves, with the sections of the waves. Every wave has a rhythm. in terms of how its sections break. Does it peel slowly and consistently? Does it have section breaking after section? Are there sections breaking quickly one after another? Is there a lot of build-up time between the sections? So finding rhythm with each wave is a challenge. To place the critical major maneuvers on the right sections of the wave, as we see our surfer in white popping up on this one, choosing a wave with a nice open face to be able to go right. Long drawn out cutback to start as she'll drive down the line. Now going to hit the lip, just not having enough energy to come back down from that one, but a great attempt regardless. And a good score under the belt to start with for sure. 11 minutes and 30 seconds to ride. All surfers catching a ride in the first half of the heat. As we see our surfer in red having a look at that one, but not convinced. Situation in the water, red in the lead with a 6.83. Last of whites getting them into second position with a 3.67. Yellow in third with a 2.83, needing just a 0.8385 to progress to the next round. Surfer in white needing a 3.17 to take the lead from red. As we see our surfers from the next heat making their way down to the beach. This is the quarterfinals. Here is Kamali Murthy up and riding. Big carve to start. Loss of control on the finish though, so we'll see what the judges say about that. It's a beautiful day here in Mahabalipuram. We are at Hotel Seabreeze. The surfers from the next heat, RD Ava, Shishti, getting ready for their heat. Last of red at 3.23, looks like that carve was counted as complete. That'll be a backup for our surfer in red. As you see our buddies Kelly and Varghese on the beach. 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Wave peeling through the lineup, going unridden. So there are some opportunities. It's all up to being in the right position at the right moment. That's why it's important to develop paddle power. Competing in surfing is not all about the technique. There's many factors that come into play, such as your knowledge about the priority system, knowledge of the surf spot, knowledge of the ocean, physical abilities such as paddling and running around to make it back into the primary takeoff zone, to be able to regain priority and be at the right position for the waves that come in, set waves that come in. Waves arrive in series or sets. Today the series or sets have usually been of 2 waves. One of our judges and also national head coach this morning had a look at the conditions and timed the time between sets to be 6 minutes. So the ocean providing some opportunities around every 6 minutes for our surfers to generate some scores. think about that, you have opportunity for 3 sets in every heat, since we only have 20 minutes. So 3 proper opportunities to generate some scores. It's not a lot, but still a lot of our contestants doing such a great job at catching quality waves in the short amount of time they were given. Priority sits with our surfer in yellow, just needing a 0.85 to progress, followed by priority 2 with our surfer in white, needing a 6.4 to take the lead. As we see the surfers of the next heat getting ready for their chance, showcasing their surfing, or their chance at having the lineup to themselves. That is one of the best parts of competitive surfing, being out in the lineup with only 3 other surfers, having access to all the waves. As we see our surfer in red taking off on the second peak, driving down the line, looking at that oncoming section, carving the first section, looking for the double up, entering the double up. Let's see if she's able to hit that oncoming section, and she does. Arms up, but losing the finish. As we enter into the closing minutes of the heat, our surfers in red and white will be looking to consolidate their positions in first and second. The surfer in yellow will be looking to take second from our surfer in white and make it through to the next round. Last of red, a 5.0 improves her situation. Requirement for white to take the lead is now as 8.16. As we enter the final 5 minutes of the heat. Priority is with our surfer in yellow. She has an opportunity in these closing moments of the heat. As we see our surfer in yellow looking at this one, she gets up. Now she takes direction, looking to get onto the open face. She does. Now looking to get some height. She rides out of that one. Still looking to find the open face again. And that one runs out of juice. We'll see where the judges go with that one. Only needing a 0.85 to progress. She'll definitely get that requirement. Now it's up to our surfer in white to take back the lead as she goes down on that one. But will she have the time to regain priority before yellow is able to paddle out? Last of yellow at 3.27. She does take second position again. Surfer in white in third, now needing a 2.43 to progress. Last of white is 0.5. As you see, some of our competitors and coaches and onlookers just having some fun on the beach as they look on to our women's opens quarterfinal heat 1. This is the quarterfinals. Whoever gets past this round will make it to the semis, just one step away from the finals. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. situation in the water is red in the lead, yellow in second, white in third. White needs a 2.43 to progress. The yellow looking to improve their hold on second position in the closing moments of this heat, as we see an opportunity coming through for our surfer in white. As she takes this one, it has an open face. She doesn't quite get into that wave. With 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, there is still some time. The surfer in red paddling hard to get into that one. Just under 2 minutes to go. We see our surfer in yellow paddling up the point. We'll see how priority comes into play and if these women are able to use some tactics. Priority sits with our surfer in red as she looks at this opportunity over here. Looks like an open face available for her to generate some scores on. She paddles hard to get in, but a little bit of extra water in the surf spot, making it a little bit hard to enter some of these waves. First priority not fully established, as our priority judge is waiting for our surfers to enter the primary takeoff zone as we enter the final minute of the event, of the heat, for the quarterfinal heat 1. In first position, red. In second, yellow. Priority sits with red, then yellow. So yellow does have a chance to protect her second position, which is at risk from our surfer in white, only needing a 2.43 to progress. Surfer in red looking to improve her score and get a wave into the shore, as she has already secured her position in the semis with 15 seconds remaining, but still giving it her all to the last second, as we have our countdown marking the end of the quarterfinal heat 1 for the women's. We have our surfers in red and yellow progressing to the semifinals. Congratulations, women, as we see our surfer in red going for a layback snap on that oncoming section. In the water now, Shrishti Selvam in red, Devi Ramanathan in white, Avantika Mishra in yellow, and Arti Sood in blue. That marks the start of the heat. As we see our winner from the previous heat on the beach, waiting for her fellow competitors. Give them some encouragement, congratulate them on their performance. We see two best friends there. Good result for our surfer in yellow. She'll be very happy to get through that round and make it to the semis. We saw, I think, a wave ridden for our surfer in yellow, Avantika Mishra. First off yellow at 2.5 as we see our surfer in red, Shrishti Selvam. Having a look at that one, just not able to enter. We are seeing a little bit more water in the surf spot, making it a tiny bit harder to enter these waves. And 25 seconds to go. We are seeing the ocean slow up a little bit with that tide coming in. Today we have had a bit of a southern wind, which has made the conditions quite a bit more challenging and messy than yesterday. Still plenty of opportunities this morning with some good and even some excellent rides, as we see our surfer in red on the backhand, snap to carve combo. Let's see how she finishes this one up. With control, she steps out. That'll be a good opening ride for our surfer in red. .567 for our surfer in red, Shishti Savam from Kovalong, up the road near Chennai. Surfers in white and blue still waiting to open up their heat, having open priority. Surfer in red in fourth priority, surfer in yellow in third priority right now. Some action already in the first 3-4 minutes of the heat. Still, we do have good conditions for competition. It is not always the case. Competitions can be very tough when it comes to wave conditions. And in ahead, when the ocean will provide pristine, clean conditions, is a very difficult task. Our event organizer is doing a great job this time, being able to time it on the full moon with some good swells, as we see our surfer in blue taking off on this one. Big drop to start. She gets onto the open face. Now looking to put her board on rail and just losing it on the outside rail. That was our the heat opener for our surfer in blue. First of white is 067. Great to see all these women in the water, battling it out in these conditions, catching waves, committing to waves, committing to drops, attempting to put their boards on rail, putting their boards on rail, reaching towards crests of the wave, towards the lips. Situation in the water after the first exchange. Red in the lead with a 5-6-7. Now we see our surfer in yellow on the backhand with a big drop. She makes it onto the open face, carves back the first section. Now looking get past that rock as she finds some open face, going up the wave, making a couple of little turns. Good effort there from our surfer in yellow, needing just a 0.84 to progress. And she takes the lead with that one, a 4.17, the second highest scoring ride of the heat so far. So, situation changed. Yellow in the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.5. Red in second with a 5.67. And blue in third with a 3.33. Minutes to go. All the women have caught an opening ride in the first moments, first half of the heat. It's a great accomplishment already. Minutes and 30 seconds to go. Seeing a bit more of a pulse in this heat compared to the last one. A few more bigger set waves have come through, giving all of our surfers some opportunities to start out their heats. 13 minutes to go. We are sitting here at Hotel Seabreeze in Mahabalipuram for the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, the third stop on the National Series. We started the year in the Andamans, bringing an event there for the first time in history. A beautiful left-hander that has been surfed only by a handful of people for the past 25 years. That spot being protected by crocodiles, sandflies, horseflies, and the deep and scary jungle of Andaman and Nicobar chain. Second stop going on to the east-west coast for the Indian Open of Surfing. During the pre-monsoon swells, the season in India shifts between the east and the west. We are now enjoying the summer swells of the east coast, starting in June, as we see our surfer in red going up into the face, looking to perform a maneuver, but just digging that outside rail on the finishing. Make sure to share the link of the YouTube live to your friends and relatives for them to catch up with live action. Brought to you by the live media team, organized by Surfers of India, which you can check out on Instagram and YouTube, creating lots of beautiful content to showcase surfing, what surfing in India really is all about, and supporting the community with quality video and photos. It is such a luxury to get quality video and photo. It used to be a dream for us to even get a picture of ourselves surfing, which would almost never happen. But now with these guys hanging about the surf community, we have plenty of quality. We are into day 2 of competition here at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. You are welcome to post some comments in the YouTube live. If you want to know anything about the sport, about the game, about the surf spot, about the national tour, about surfing in general. Last of Red at 2.17, she regains the lead. Requirement for our surfer in yellow in second position now is a 3.68. Her last being a 4.17. She is definitely able to do that. So the heat still is open. Our surfer in blue, holding a 3.33, needs a 3.35. So not that big of a requirement for our surfer in blue to progress to the next round. A surfer in white, just sitting on a throwaway, needs a 6 to progress, or 2 fresh scores. Thank you for tuning in live. We are watching the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, and this is the Mahabalipuram Fisherman's Village. There's a lot of interesting activities here in Mahabs to engage in. Beautiful rock temples to visit that stretch all the way in to the ocean. You can even see them in the surf spot as the big sets break out back on some of the temples that have been buried deep underneath the ocean, with the rising sea level indicating that this historical site goes back thousands and thousands of years to when the sea level in India was far lower. There is belief that the ancient coastline of India stretched out much further off the coast, where there is a rocky line which goes all along the coast. It sits now at around 30 meters of depth in the ocean. A lot of scuba diving schools around this area use that rocky shelf, as we can see out back. Some of the waves breaking on one of the temples out in the ocean over there. There were apparently 12 temples, now only a couple still above land. as the last one is being protected by the rocks that have created this surf spot. A lot of the point breaks on the East Coast have been created due to water engineering, putting down these rocks which create sandbanks, which create surf spots. Seven minutes and 30 seconds. We are into the second half of the heat. Situation in the water is red in the lead, yellow in second, with a 4.17 on the 2.5, only needing a 3.68 to regain the lead. Blue in third with a 3.33, only needing a 3.35 to progress to the next round. And white now up and riding in fourth position, drawing a huge high line and wiping out right in front of the rock. We'll be crossing our fingers for her to be safe. 7 minutes to go. As we see the surfers of the next heat, Sugar Banarse, Riva Aurora, Sanvi Hegde and Adya Singh paddling in for their heat. Priority sits with our surfer in yellow in second position, looking to take back the lead from our surfer in red, only needing a 3.68. Last of white coming in at a 3.43. She bumps her up into third position, now needing a 3.25 to progress. Surfer in blue also looking for a backup score and to progress to the next round, only needing a 3.35 to do so. Surfer in red having a look but not convinced by that opportunity, as our surfer in yellow takes the opportunity, paddles but does not enter the wave. She will be losing priority. Priority now goes to our surfer in blue, further up the peak, ready to catch whatever opportunity comes their way. With 5 minutes to go, the heat is still wide open. Our surfer in second position only needs a 3.68 to take the lead. Our surfer in third position only needs a 3.25 to progress, and our surfer in fourth only needs a 3.35 to progress. Priority does it with our surfer in fourth, giving her an opportunity to progress. So let's see what she can do with that, as our surfer in yellow has a look at this opportunity. On the inside it looks like it is fading out, so she continues her paddle up the spot.
Good morning.
We see some theatricals from our surfer, local legend Mr. Kelly, on the beach. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. The surfer in blue has a chance to progress to the next round. She carves a little bit back to the pocket, looks to set up a second turn, but not able to re-enter the wave. See where the judges go with that. She only needs a 3.35. Surfer in yellow in second position, currently holding that second position, that second slot to progress to the next round. With a 4.17 and a 2.5. Looking to back up that 2.5, protect her position from the surfers in white and blue, the closing 3.5 minutes of this heat. Surfer in white with a single scoring ride of a 3.43, still waiting for a backup, needing a 3.25. to progress. As we see some lines entering the lineup. Red lets it go. Yellow's looking to have a look. Yellow too far deep on the inside. Some more lines coming through. This is one of the sets. This is one of the series. Here is our surfer in white. Past the rock. She goes down the line. Will she be able to perform a maneuver? And she does, carving all the way back. And she rides out with control. That will definitely take her into the next round. As our surfer in red goes up into the lip and finishes right next to one of her competitors. Good scores from our surfers in red and white. Will be taking first and second position. We'll be seeing if blue and yellow have a chance. The remaining 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Last of red is 6.67. She extends her lead. Last of white of 4.77. Taken second position from yellow. Yellow now needs a 4.04 to progress. With 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, there are some opportunities on the horizon. So you see our surfer in red up and riding again. Just going down on that takeoff. The last of blue at 3.10. Not enough to progress. 1 minute remaining. That's our surfer in yellow, having an opportunity to progress to the next round. In the closing seconds of the heat. See what the judges think of that. The requirement is a 4.04, so it is quite a bit requirement. Surfer in white. Not much action in the first half of the heat, but really managing to put the board on rail on that final wave and get that second position. See if yellow had a chance. Looks like last of yellow didn't make it into the scoreboard. So we have our surfers in red and white progressing to the next round. In the water right now, Sugar Shanti Banarse, Riva Aurora, Sanvi Hegde and Adya Singh. Sugar Shanti Banarse from Goa, India. Riva Aurora from Maharashtra. Sanvi Hegde and Adya Singh from the West Coast, from Mangalore. As we count down the next heat. Heat 3 of the quarterfinals for the Women's Open. After this heat, we will be going on break for a heat. Make sure I recharge my energy so that I can bring you all this quality commentary and information to the YouTube Live, to the viewers on YouTube Live. Make sure to ask any questions if you feel like on YouTube. So we do have access to the chat. Surfing is all about riding, making the most of the energy contained in each wave. Waves are created by winds far out in the ocean, which push the surface of the water, creating little ripples which grow into these big waves that come and dump all their energy along the coastline of India. So a big beautiful set rolling through, it's still going down the beach in front of Hotel Seabreeze as we see our surfer in white up and riding on this one. High line to generate speed, getting onto the open face, carving back, looking to complete, but that double up pushes her off the wave. 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Best way to harness all the energy contained in a wave is to perform top to bottom surfing. Speed is generated by going down the face of the wave, harnessing the energy of the wave while also using the forces of gravity. Then one uses mechanical forces stored in one's legs and board. As we see our surfer in yellow here, carving back, complete a maneuver. That was Sanvi Hegde. Quick start to the heat. Good strategy here. Just get the ball rolling. That was our surfer in blue. The ocean has speeded up its tempo a little bit, pulsing some more opportunities through the lineup. All of our surfers having an opportunity to start out their heats quite early. Surfer in white taking the lead with a 3.0, surfer in yellow in second with a 2.87, surfer in red in third with a 2.23, surfer in blue waiting on their last score. Last of blue at 2.10. Minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. All of our surfers catching a ride in the first 5 minutes of the heat. That's one of the major accomplishments done. Getting an opening ride. Now they'll all be looking to improve on those scores. The next opportunities that roll through, we saw a set coming through the start of the heat. The time interval between heats being around 6 minutes. We will have another set rolling through the lineup within the next couple of minutes. As we see our surfer here in yellow looking at this opportunity in between sets. Priority is sitting with our surfer in red. Priority is a system in which right-of-way is given to specific surfers. Priority is gained by reaching the takeoff zone. Priority is lost when you paddle committedly or catch a wave. Right now priority is fully established. Our surfer in red with first priority, second priority with white, third priority with blue, and fourth priority with yellow. As we see the kids playing around on the beach. It's important to have fun. After all, surfing is all about fun. The more fun you can have in contest, the better your results will be. Fun is the best way to approach competitive surfing because it reduces the nerves, calms down the nerves. That is the most challenging part of competitive surfing. Being able to calm the mind in high pressure situations where performances are required in limited time scales. Surfer in white, paddling for a wave, losing priority. Now in fourth, but still holding the lead when it comes to scores. The heat is wide open. Requirements are all below a 1 for all of our surfers to progress and take leads. Here's our surfer in white trying to increase those requirements, going for a foam climb, riding out with success, looking for the open face once again. As she carves that one, using her arms to drive that rail into the face of the wave, now looking for another open section. Staying safe, she remains in the white water area. As we have our surfer in red, up and riding on this one. Fades the bottom turn, big carve to start. And she's out of there to regain priority. Waiting for scores from our surfers in white and red. 12 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is quarterfinal heat 3 of the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. We are in the women's category. In the water is Riva Aurora in white, Sanvi Hegde in yellow, Sugar Shanti Banarse in red, and Nadia Singh in blue. This is a heats and rounds based competition. 4 surfers surf in each heat to progress to the next round. Every wave is scored on a scale from 0 to 10 by the judges. Here's our surfer in blue with a grab rail bottom takeoff. A last of red of 5.33 as she solidifies her hold on the lead. Well, actually takes the lead from white. White now in second position, needing a 4.57 to regain the lead. Last of white, a 4.17, reducing the requirement to a 3.4 for the lead. Surfer in blue, last wave of surfer in blue, a 1.33. Needing a 5.07 to progress. Surfer in yellow in fourth position, needing a 4.3 to progress. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We are slowly entering the back end of the heat. There's a surfer in yellow getting an opportunity, just a bit too steep of a takeoff. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. When it comes to technique, angled takeoffs are the key to steep takeoff. Being able to engage that rail along the face of the wave avoids the board pointing towards the beach and reaching the bottom of the wave where it has the potential to dig and take the surfer down. One of the first things to learn in surfing is that angled takeoff, to be able to take direction and ride the face of the wave. The next thing is generating speed, using the power stored in the wave. The higher portion of the wave has more energy. The middle portion has medium amounts of energy, and the bottom of the wave has much less energy. Surfers use the energy of the wave by going up high on the face of the wave, then using gravity to come back down, generating speed from the gravity, and then mechanical energy stored in their legs and their surfboard to project back up the face of the wave, fighting against gravity to recharge the gravitational potential. Judges are looking for commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers such as carves, cutbacks, and off the lips, variety of maneuvers, making sure each of those maneuvers has some variety in it. Last Fred just to throw away is 1.90. Priority sits with our surfer in white in second position, having an opportunity to take back the lead from our surfer in red. Only needing a 3.4. We see an opportunity rolling through our surfer in yellow, having a look, just going over the falls. Speed generation, using speed flow, using speed weaves. Is the second step in the progression from beginner to intermediate surfers, after which you start to work on carving maneuvers, cutbacks, engaging the rail, creating rotation through the torso, through the hips. And then it's all about tightening up all those angles, all those lines, making everything more vertical, more critical, maintaining more speed throughout the maneuvers, hitting more and more critical sections, catching bigger and bigger waves. There's our surfer in yellow up and riding. This one, a smoother takeoff. She drives down the line with a pump. Now looking for that one to stand up, but it runs out of energy. Wave selection is a key to surfing and competitive surfing. This one dying out a little bit, as it was a little bit thicker, allowing her a smoother entry, but also not having that much energy to give her a good wall to perform maneuvers on. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Priority sits with our surfer in white. Last of yellow at 2.27. She takes third position. Improves her requirement, now only needing a 4.3 to progress. Surfer in blue needing a 5.07, fourth position to progress. Surfer in white looking to solidify her position on her hold on second position. Holding priority right now as well, as she enters the last 5 minutes of the heat. This is quarterfinal heat 3 for the Women's Open, after which we'll be going on a break for one heat so that I can recharge my batteries to bring to you all the information you need. You may like to watch this sport of surfing. We are here at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, the third stop on the national tour, as we see our surfer in red from Goa. Big carve to start, finishing it high on the wave to maintain speed, but still that one looks like it runs away. Some beautiful opportunities coming through the lineup, feeling through. I'm sure a lot of the people watching online would love to be in the water right now with only 3 other people at the takeoff zone. So come on down to the East Coast, get some surf lessons, become an intermediate surfer, and sign up for one of the competitions. We need more competitors, especially in the women's division. So I encourage all surfers in India. There are more and more coaches out there Here's our surfer in white. Layback carve. She lays that one down with confidence. She's looking for a 6.59 to take the lead, but also just to improve on their backup to 3.0 to secure and consolidate that second position. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Priority now shifts to our surfer in blue. Sorry, red. Surfer in red having a look, losing priority. Priority will shift. Some nice opportunities rolling through the lineup with open faces for our surfers of the Women's Open division to perform some maneuvers. This morning on the lower tide, we saw the waves hollowing out quite a bit more, driving quite fast down the line. Right now, much more open faces, giving opportunities for open face, rail-to-rail work. Rail-to-rail surfing is all about engaging that rail into the face of the wave as close as possible to the pocket, performing maneuvers such as carves and cutbacks. 2 minutes remaining as we see some waves entering the surf spot. Surfer in red is interested.
Great. Why that fan so
2 minutes to go. Last of red a 5.43. Red sitting on 2.5s. In the lead, white in second. Last of hers a 4.03. Consolidating that second position in the closing minutes of the heat. Yellow now needing a 5.33 to progress.
Just making the angle better.
1 minute and 15 seconds to go. As we enter the final minute, will our surfers in yellow and blue have a chance to progress to the semi-finals? Or will our surfers in red and white be able to keep hold of their role in the semi-finals? .30 seconds remaining. Priority does sit with our surfers in red and white, so they are in a strong position. White having a go on this one. Probably just blocking one of the other surfers. As we see our surfer in red getting onto the open face, driving down the line, looking to hit that lip, projecting up into the lip, and will she ride out with control? We'll leave that decision to the judges as we count down the final seconds of the heat. We'll also see if our surfer in white had a chance to reach for that 6.59. I don't think so. It's a big requirement. So we see our two heat leaders making their way onto the beach together on the same wave. Still waiting on scores to conclude this heat, after which we'll be going on a break. Last of white doesn't improve the situation. Still, our surfers Sugar Shanti Banarse and Riva Aurora will go through to the next round, to the semifinals, as we see start of the next heat. And with that, we will be going on break. So see you For the juniors, 18 and under, male quarterfinal, heat 2 in 20 minutes.
बीच पे
Situation update: in the lead is red with 3.5 and 1.37. In second position is white with 3. In third position is yellow with 1. Time check. 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, see ya. I see you guys.
Yellow, the last ride is a 6.33, taking you to the lead. Situation at the moment: in third is white, in second is red, and in the lead is yellow. White, you need a 1.88 to progress. Red, you need a 3.84 to take the lead. Check. Check. Yellow, your last ride is a 5. You're still in the lead. Red, your last ride is a 3.53. You are in the second position. Situation at the moment with scores: in third position is white. In third position is white with 3.13 and 3. In second position is red with 3.53 and 3.5. In the lead is yellow with 6.33 and 5. Surfers, you have 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. A reminder to the surfers of the quarterfinalists, juniors 18 and under, your paddle out mark will be 7 minutes. Yellow, your last ride is 8. Scores at the moment, you have 7 minutes and 25 seconds to go. In third position is white. White, you need 3.9 to progress. Red, you need a combined score of 14.34 to take the lead. In the lead is yellow with 8 and 6.33. Requesting the surfers of the next heat, heat number 2, Prahlad Sriram in red, Sheikh David in white, Yogesh A in yellow, and Som in blue to please paddle out. Priority track, first priority with red, second with white, third with yellow. Red up and riding. Five minutes to go. White, your last ride is a 3.63. You are still in the third position. Time check, 3 minutes to go.
And that's right, I've got your cap on there. Didn't you want to do that? Okay.
Situation at the moment in third position is White with 3.63 and 3.13. In second position is Red with 5.17 and 3.53. In second position is Red with 5.17 and 4.23. In the lead is Yellow with 8 and 6.33. One minute to go. Seconds to go. Seconds. Counting down the heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Surfers in the next heat, please stand by. Finals in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The juniors 18 and under boys, quarterfinals, heat number 3. Kishore Kumar in red, Harish P in white, Raju Suresh Pujal in yellow. Request you to please report to the beach marshal.
And welcome back to the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, third stop on the national tour. I am here, Percival Fayon, bringing to you live commentary for the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. We are into quarterfinal heat 1 for the juniors 18 and under male in the water right now. Sorry, I think this is quarterfinal heat 2. Just updating the screens in front of me. Quarterfinal heat 2 for the juniors 18 and under. In the water is Prahlad Sriram right on our screens, running up for the runaround. In red, Somseti in blue, Sheikh Dawood in white, and Yogesh A in yellow. Situation in the water, red in the lead with a 317 and a 083. Blue in second with a 3.83, only needing a 0.17 to take the lead. Sheikh Dawood in white in third position with a 3, needing only an 0.84, as we see footage from Mahabalipuram Fisherman Village with the fishing boats on the beach over there. Sri Harul Hotel, Guest House, Mumu Surf School, Sea Rock Restaurant, and Alai Surf School in front of us. We're seeing a view from the top, brought to you by footage from Surfers of India. Managing the live as we have our surfer in blue, Somseti, up and riding, up into the lip, just gets taken down on that one. He's looking for a backup score. We are into the first half of the heat with some scores already down on the scoreboard. This competition is brought to you by the Surfing Federation of India, by the Sports Authority of India, by TT Group and the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association. Here's our surfer in yellow, up and riding, going to hit that oncoming section. Just a little bit of a catch on that top turn. Priority sits with our surfer in white. The heat is still wide open as we've seen the situation change. The surfer in blue, just with a 1.03, taking the lead. The last one. Red now in second position, needing just a 1.7 to take back the lead. In third, white needing a 1.01, and in fourth, the yellow needing 2.91. Conditions still offering opportunities as we are past the high tide mark, moving towards the lower tide. The tide coefficients go up to 1.3 meter and 0.3 meters on the low tide, 1.3 on the high. Giving quite big tides and differences between low and high. Some good sets coming in. Time between sets are 6 minutes on this beautiful Friday mid-morning. We've been running a tight competition schedule. 6:30 calls for 7 a.m. starts, starting on the dot every day. We have a big setup here. You're seeing a meeting happening on the beach for the SUP event, stand-up paddleboarding. That's more of a race event. As we see our surfer in yellow finishing their ride with a lip line finish. That is Yogesh A. His last ride coming in at a 3.1, bumping him into second. He's already on to finding some backups, so he'll be working his way up to the lead, only needing a 1.77. Probably get it with that last finish. As he runs around back into the spot to regain priority and a spot in the lineup where he's gonna wait for some quality waves to come through to build on his scores of a 3.1 and a 1.10. Priority does sit with our surfer in white in fourth position, giving him an opportunity to progress into the next round. Last of yellow, a 4.57, bringing him into the lead. Requirement for our surfer in second position in blue is a 3.85 to regain the lead. For our surfer in red in third, just a 1.7 is needed. Now white up and riding again. Jam in the pocket. Another jam, just a little bit too heavy on that outside rail, and he loses balance. Nice looking wave peeling through the lineup here, closing out on that first section. Let's see if anyone gets it on the second section, and we do. Surfer in blue laying it down on the rail for two solid carves. Goes up into the lip and just avoids that elephant rock. Still two maneuvers performed on that wave. Only needing a 3.85 to take back the lead. He'll probably get that score. Priority now sits with our surfer in red, needing a 1.7 to progress. These surfers are very familiar with themselves, with each other. All of them members of the national team in the juniors division, representing India in competitions like the World Junior Surfing Games in Peru last year. Surfer in red now up and riding. Carves to start, getting the ball rolling really fast on this wave as it stands up. He's looking to hit that oncoming section as the lip line redirect. Looking for the open face now. As he drives down the line, hits that oncoming section and rides out with control. Last of blue, a 6.0, bringing blue up into the lead. Yellow now in second, needing a 5.27 to take back the lead. This is blue up and riding again, staying very active in the lineup. Looking to improve on their backup of a 3.83. Waiting on scores for last of red as well. Had a good ride. Red only needing a 4.51 to progress. Priority does sit with our surfer in yellow in second position, giving him another chance to keep hold of that second place and even advancing to the lead. Only needing a 5.27 average size score. As we're seeing big samosa, orange samosa shaped buoy out the back. That'll be for the SUP challenge. Stand-up paddleboarding. It's another form of sport, aquatic sport, in which paddleboarders stand up on their board and use a paddle to gain speed. This is a racing event. There is also surfing stand-up paddle, which is much similar to the surfing we're watching right here, where stand-up paddlers ride the waves. But this event will be a race. Waiting for scores for last of red. Entering the second half of this heat. Last of blue, a 5.6, consolidating their position in first, increasing the requirement for a surfer in second position. In yellow, needing now a 7.03 to take the lead. Surfer in reds. Now we have our surfer in white, up into the lip, now going left. Carve, gets an open face, snaps it in the foam, and he's out of there. Really milking everything on that wave. Last of red was a 4.5, now in third position, needing a 3.18 to progress. Waiting for scores for last of white, needing a 4.67 to progress. With 7 minutes remaining on the clock, priority sits with our surfer in yellow, having an opportunity to consolidate their hold on second position, which is their mission for the second half of this heat. Last of white, a 4.1. It's not enough to take them into second position, but it will improve their situation. Now only needing a 3.58 to progress. 3.58. 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go. You can see our surfer in yellow out back there holding priority. Second priority is with our heat leader in blue. Third with our surfer in red. The colors also give an indication of the rankings of our surfers. Surfers in red usually higher ranked, white after that, followed by yellow, followed by blue. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go. These surfers will be feeling relatively comfortable in this heat, surfing against members of the national team with which they often participate in training events together. As we enter the last quarter of this heat, this is the quarterfinals, heat 2 for the juniors 18 and under. Five minutes remaining on the clock. We have our surfer in blue in the lead with a 6 and a 5. Our surfer in yellow in second with a 4.57 and a 3.1, needing 7.03 to take the lead. Our surfer in red in third with a 4.5 and a 3.17, needing 3.18 to progress. And our surfer in white in fourth with a 4.1 and a 3.0, needing 3.58 to progress. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. As we have a bit of a lull on our hands. The lull is the space between sets. Sets have been coming in spaces of around 6 minutes on this day. Giving around 3 solid opportunities for all of our athletes to generate some scores. Our surfer in blue creating some bigger requirements for other surfers. Surfer in yellow needing a 7.03 if they really want to take the lead. That is quite a big requirement. Surfer in yellow would probably have to split it up into multiple waves. With only 3 minutes, it's a little bit tough to get 2 fresh new waves. So instead, strategically, surfer in yellow will probably be focusing on consolidating their position in second. As we get a top angle view of the Mahabalipuram Point Break, with the temple protected there by the rocks which have created the headland that creates this surf spot. The village beneath us with Marmaris on your right hand side, and the event with the judge booth, media team, shadow judging booth, and the competitors area set up on the lawn. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Now's the moment where we might see some tactical moves from our surfer in yellow to block our surfer in red and white from taking second position from them. This is a decisive heat as we decide who goes to the semifinals for the juniors 18 and under. As we see an opportunity showing up, surfer in yellow opts to use priority on this one, paddling hard to get in, driving down the line, setting up a bottom turn, going up into the lip, just losing control on that one. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. As we see our surfer in red drawing out a huge carve, now driving down the line, getting past that rock, but it'll be just the one maneuver as he wipes out next to the rock. We see now our surfer in blue with a beautiful looking wave, getting up into that foam. That wave just running really fast ahead of him. Surfer in blue was looking, and now our surfer in white as well. Nice to see that the sets are giving opportunities for all of our surfers, all 4 of our surfers. So we have 4 set waves in each series. There probably won't be enough time for another set with only 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. So we'll see what comes out of that exchange. Whether our surfer in red with that big drawn out carve will be able to get the requirement of a 3.18 and bump him up into second position, allowing him to progress. As we see now our surfer in yellow defending with the lip line finish, but taken down on the end of that one. So really waiting in this final minute for the score from red, and it comes in at a 3.83, just enough to take him up into second position. Yellow in these last 40 seconds will have a chance to regain that second position, but it's gonna be tight. Yellow only needs a 3.76. White is now up and riding. Chance of their own, going up into that crumbly section. Foam climbing, juicing that up, going left again, open face, cut back on the left. That one does stand up a little bit. Let's see what he can do, and he goes down. White was looking for a 4.24. It's going to be a close call as we enter the final 5 seconds of the heat. Just waiting for scores from white, but it looks like our surfer in red has taken second position in the final minute of competition. This means blue Somseti and red Kalachiram will probably make it to the semifinals. Still waiting on some scores. Last of blue a 3.43 on that big runner set. Last of white a 3.93, bumping and bump into second position. That's it for the previous heat. Going into the next heat, quarterfinal, heat 3 for the juniors 18 and under will hold Kishore Kumar in red, Harish B in white, and Rajasuresh Pujar in yellow. Kishore Kumar, prodigy that started his career, I think, with the first win in around 2014. Harish B, who's been winning multiple under 14 titles, but now also challenging himself with the men's category. Now competing against also older surfers with more experience, such as Kishore Kumar. Rajasuresh Pujar from the West Coast, spending a lot of time in Mahabalipuram this season to practice and sharpen his forehand. A lot of lefts on the West Coast. First minute of the heat. We saw a set in the last 2 minutes of the previous heat, so we'll probably have another 3 to 4 minutes before a set appears for our surfers for quarterfinal heat 3 of quarterfinal heat 3. Surfing is a sport of riding waves. It's an adventure sport, a board sport. The boards are made out of polyurethane or EPS foam together with fiberglass coatings. They feature fins, back and bottom, made out of fiberglass most of the time to provide grip and act as rudders for the surfers to make direction changes, as well as have unique shapes, especially on their rails and bottom contour, to create the hydrodynamics needed for speed and grip that'll enable them to perform quality major maneuvers. As we see our surfer in white laying a snap on the lip, just digging that outside rail, taking note of the angle of entry of that maneuver, the angle of entry being a little bit towards the 10 o'clock mark. When performing a snap at the 10 o'clock mark, that also means you will re-enter the wave with the nose pointing towards 4 o'clock, which opens up the risk of that outside rail catching, which is what happened on that wave. Now we see our surfer in red setting up their first turn, going up into that crumbly section. Second one, throwing the fins, gliding on the top of that coping and coming out with control. We've seen multiple turns of that quality from our surfer in red yesterday, scoring up into the excellence. This wave, the section a little less critical, but not as much grit on the first section. The second section, however, pushing harder, drifting the fins, sliding on top of the coping and coming down with control. It will definitely go into the goods. Will it go into the excellence? It's a question for the judges. 16 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Judges are looking for commitment and degree of difficulty. The bigger the wave, the thicker the section, the more the degree of difficulty. The more vertical the maneuver with more speed and more a tighter angle of radius in the turn, tighter radius in the turn represents a higher degree of difficulty. They're also looking for innovative and progressive maneuvers in which the fins come out of the lip and the board comes out of the water, creating aerial maneuvers. They're looking for combinations of major maneuvers such as cutbacks, carves, off the lips, airs, and barrels. They're looking for variety in those major maneuvers. A carve can be performed with the arms coming around. A carve can be performed laid back with the back arm leaning back. A carve can be more vertical or less vertical on a steep section or an open section. Off the lips can be of different angles of verticality. They can contain some drift. They can have more or less spray, more or less power. Finally, judges are looking for speed, power, and flow. As the first of red comes in at a 7.67, just under the excellent range. With the two-turn combination and off the lip, two lip line fin blast drift. 14 minutes and 20 seconds to go. All of our surfers caught an opening wave. Surfers in white and yellow, just under the twos. So still looking for a proper heat starter. Still 4 minutes to go in the first half of the heat. As the surfers wait out there in the peak Priority sits with our surfer in white, 14-year-old from Mahabalipuram. Surfers will be scanning every single wave, judging them, evaluating them as an opportunity to score. They'll be looking for opportunities to create higher scores than the ones they've already achieved. But at this part of the heat, just anything will do. So being a little bit less picky at the start of the heat is alright. After that, they will be looking to position themselves in the perfect spot for takeoff and to get in rhythm with the different sections of the wave as they build and dump on the sandbank. Waves are created by winds blowing out in the ocean, as well as tremors from the tectonic plates, creating ground swells. Waves travel for thousands of kilometers before they reach the coast. Every wave a completely unique experience to ride. As we see one coming through Outback, surfer in white takes this opportunity, sets up the bottom turn, up into the lip for the first maneuver, and just off the center of gravity for the second as he comes down. 12 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Priority now sitting with our surfer in yellow. Yellow needing a 3.4 to progress. Last of white a 3.33. 12 minutes to go. Coming up next is the stand-up paddling event. Just one heat of the stand-up paddling event, followed by the men's open quarterfinals. So our surfer in red taking control. Here's our surfer in white. Big laid back snap to start. Up into the lip for the second one. Finishes it off with control on the oncoming section. And he's happy with that ride. Needing just a 4.35 to take the lead from our surfer in red, Kishore Kumar. Harishpi, our 14-year-old. Not scared to take on the older competitors. Last of white, a 5.83. And that bumps our surfer in white into the lead. Surfer in red only needs a 1.49 though, and here he goes. Up and riding on the backhand. Just an in and out as that one closes down. Wave selection is a critical factor when it comes to competitive surfing and just surfing in general. This is the first skill to build. Here's our surfer in yellow, up and riding, selecting a little bit more of an open face, hits that oncoming section as it does close down. Having a chat with some of the competitors, let me know it was quite challenging to predict what the wave is gonna do. Is it gonna have a nice open face? Is it gonna close out? Is it gonna race down the line? Last of red, just a 1, a throwaway score. But holding priority now in the back end of the heat. 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. There's our surfer in red with a big critical snap in the pocket. Up for a second one as he fights for the finish. And rides out with control. That first snap really critical. Second snap as well. That will probably go higher than their 7.67. With 2 solid vertical hits in the pocket. A medium-sized wave with some good critical sections. Very little downtime between maneuvers. Waiting for last of red. It comes in at a 9.83. There you go. 2 vertical hits right in the critical section. The judges love it. That's the highest scoring ride of the event so far. 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Our surfer in red has essentially shut down the competition for our surfers in yellow and white. Our surfer in white needing a combined heat score total of 17.51, 2 fresh waves to have a chance at taking the lead. Our surfer in yellow, however, still has an open door. Just needs a 5.93 to progress to the next round. It's still a decent quality ride, but still 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, so there is time. The commitment, the criticality of those maneuvers, the criticality of those sections really ticked off a lot of boxes on the judging criteria. Commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative, well, not innovative and progressive maneuvers, just sticking to the traditional but solid vertical surfing, combining 2 strong maneuvers together. Here's our surfer in yellow, carving the first section, has an open face, sets up the second bottom turn, jams it in the pocket. Now jamming it again in the pocket, going for the jam to cut back combo as he goes around the elephant rock, and that wave loses speed. Yellow was looking for a 5.93 on that one. Steep requirement, but let's see what he's able to achieve and what the judges think of that ride. We'll see if our surfer in red uses the back end of this heat to have some fun and showcase some progressive surfing. Does have priority right now. There still are 6 minutes, so a fresh set of waves may come through the lineup. Last of yellow, a 4.83. It's not quite enough to take him into second, but reduce the requirement, now needing just a 4.34. Another similar wave that he just had, and he could have a chance of progressing into the semis. The surfer in white in the back end of this event will be trying to consolidate and strengthen his position in second position. As we see him there asking for an update from the beach commentary team. With 5 minutes to go. Priority is with our surfer in red. He's waiting out back patiently for a good wave to have some fun on. The job is done for a surfer in red. He's put both the surfers in a combination situation, needing a combined heat score total of 17.51. But here he goes, looking to have some fun, getting past the first section, just carving, taking it easy, finding the rhythm in this wave, throwing the tail back, and turning out with control, showing some progressive maneuvers, and using it as practice for the international events coming up. The qualification series event worth 2,000 points towards qualifying for the Challenger Series. The World Surf League, organized by the World Surf League. Beautiful set, rolling through the lineup, going unridden. Just 3 surfers in the water. Big set out back. We see our surfer in white up and riding, looking to strengthen his position. Hold on second. Big cut back to start. Sets up the bottom turn now. Jams it in the pocket, maintaining speed down the line as that one shuts down. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Looking to improve on a backup of 3.33. With a cut back 2 snap combo. We'll be seeing what the judges think of that. Two minutes and 40 seconds. Last of red, a 4.73. Probably some of the judges going 5, some of the judges going 4.5. We have around 4 to 5 panel judges. The average of their scores is taken to give you the score for one of the waves. Each wave scored on a scale from 0 to 10, with excellent surfing sitting between that 8 and 10, good surfing between the 6 and 8, average between the 4 and 6, fair and poor below. Priority now with our surfer in yellow, in third position, needing a 5.74 to progress with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Here's our surfer in yellow with a no paddle takeoff. Carving and pushing hard on the tail for the first maneuver. Riding out with control. Will he get onto the open face? Once again, this one rebuilds on the inside, giving an opportunity. Setting up the bottom turn. Carves the second one. Down carve for the second one. Let's see if there's an opportunity on the back end of this. He's looking to complete that wave, but there is a deep section around that rocky area, which takes all the energy out of the wave. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Our surfer in yellow had a chance to taking second position and progressing to the next round. Just, well, needing a 5.74, so it is quite a big requirement. It comes in at a 3.93, and here is the replay. So not enough to take our surfer in yellow into second position with 40 seconds to go. Our surfers in red and white will be progressing to the the semifinals for the junior 18 and under boys. With 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Surfer in red does have priority, but looks like the ocean has run out of waves. And that is a wrap for the quarterfinal heat 3 of the juniors 18 and under. Coming up next will be the quarterfinal heat 1. Looks like we'll be running the SUP technical men's race in the next minutes. Here we have our athletes getting ready for the race. Some of the athletes are competing in both surfing and stand-up paddling, but a lot of fresh athletes, new athletes that focus only on stand-up paddleboarding. It is a very different sport. More about speed and endurance than technique and tricks. In the water will be Sekar Pachai, Selvarsan Nagamotu Deepak, Kumar, Shaktivel Selvaraj, and Kalidas. Looks like there's still some setting up to do for our SUP technical race. As we have a look at the lineup, there might be some free surfers hanging out in the lineup now that the competition is going on break. Or we might be running both SUP Technical and Surfing Men's Open at the same time, very possible. My name is Percival Fayon, and I am bringing the live commentary to you from Hotel Seabreeze, together with the Surfers of India media team, doing a great job at putting together this whole live experience for you guys on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in to the live. More than welcome to ask some questions on the YouTube chat about anything you might want to know. Be it as a onlooker, be it as a competitor. Even if you need some coaching advice, it's possible for me to give it here to all the surfers watching. Giving information fairly to all of you in preparation for the heats. In the water for the Surfing Men's quarterfinal heat 1 will be Kishore Kumar surfing a back-to-back heat again, together with Ajish Ali in white, Tain Arun in yellow, and Akilan S in blue. The heat has started, so we will be running both SUP Technical and Men's Open surfing at the same time. 19 minutes to go. As you see a little opportunity here, but none of them opt in. This is the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge 2026, the third stop on the National Series. We have surfers of the Men's Open category surfing their quarterfinal heat 1. This will decide who goes to the semifinals. Kishore Kumar from Kovalang, Chennai, reigning champ of the 2025 National Series. Ajish Ali, one of the veterans on the national tour. Here's our surfer in red, setting up a cutback. This one's a little bit bumpy, goes up into the oncoming section, gets critical, and rides out with control. Surfer in blue now, local boy, Akilan, setting up that first turn on that crumbly section, carving the second, laying it back, and a foam climb to finish. Good heat starters for our surfers in red and blue. Beautiful quality surfing from both of them. 17 minutes to go. Cut back to snap combo for a surfer in red. Here's a surfer in yellow now, going up into that crumbly section. A little bit too much pressure on that front foot, and he goes down. Surfer in white, just having a look on that one, not opting in, not losing priority. Kishore Kumar from Kovlong, Chennai. Ajish Ali also Kovlong, Chennai. Tayin Arun also Kovlong, Chennai. Agilan S, local boy from Mahabalipuram. 16 minutes and 10 seconds to go. It is also quite smart to start the heat early, as we've seen from our surfer in red, who's already in second priority. Enables you to get higher in the priority lineup. Big shout out to our judging team. Rory Symes as the head judge from North Stradbroke Island, Queensland, Australia. Leroy, who came over from New Zealand to give a judging course. He's now sitting on the panel as well. Here's our surfer in white, setting up their first turn on that first section. Carving the second one, just a bit of overextension, and loses the finish on that carve. First of Blue, a 6.5. Blue up and riding again, driving down for speed. Floats the first section, comes down with control, sets up a bottom turn, and phone climbs the second one. It'll be a backup, but it won't be that good of a backup. Surfer in red now up and riding. Big bottom turn, deep bottom turn, slams it on the section, releases the tail on the second one above the lip. That was the second maneuver, was quite a late hit, but still able to get up and above that lip. Now hitting that final section, releasing the fins again, coming down with control, going for the runaround. That'll be his best ride, and probably the best ride of the heat so far. Surfer in second position, only needing 1.34. Look at that solid one. The angle of approach was a little more horizontal on the first maneuver, but more vertical on the second. As he waits patiently for the section to build up here on the replay, now going straight up into that fin blast on the end. 14 minutes to go. It's an exciting heat with all surfers in the water with lots of experience and high technical proficiencies. Priority sits with our surfer in yellow, followed by our surfer in white. With 13 minutes and 40 seconds to go. The surfer in blue is known for his flowy style. Our surfer in red known for his backhand radical attack. Our surfer in white for his powerful rail-to-rail game. Last of red, an 8.83 with 13 minutes and 5 seconds to go. Going up into the excellent range with those two vertical snaps and the fin blast release on the finish. Here's our surfer in yellow, just trying to find a rhythm. Last of blue, just a 3.5 of a backup. White still looking for some proper scores as well. 12 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It looks like red and blue have taken hold of first and second position. White and yellow will be fighting to progress to the next round. If you want, maybe you just with the drone. kind of missing an opportunity on that oncoming section at the end, thinking that there would be something further on in the wave instead of giving it his all on that final section. We'll see what the judges think of it. It comes in at a 4.7, improves the situation, but not the requirement of a 7.5 needed to take the lead. Here we see our surfer in white up and riding now, going up into the lip a couple of times. He is a bigger surfer, does need a little bit better quality of waves. There's our surfer in yellow now, up and riding, down the line, setting up a big bottom turn, snapping the first one in the pocket, carving the second one, but again losing it a little bit on the end. A lot of pressure on that front foot, not able to... Oh, and here's our surfer in red, going straight vert for another one, just digging the rail on the finish. Last of white, a 3.8, bumping him up into third position. Now needing a 7.4 to progress. Clarity sits with our surfer in second position in blue, looking to consolidate their hold on second or reach for a 7.51, which he's definitely capable of, to take the lead from our surfer in red. 10 minutes to go. With 10 minutes to go. There's our surfers from the men's technical making their way around the buoy. Making their turns. Those paddleboards are built for speed, not stability. It's very tough to keep good balance on these paddleboards, especially in these wavy conditions. Most paddleboarders are usually used to more pristine, flat conditions when it comes to races. There might be an advantage to the surfers. And here we have our surfer in white up and riding. The end of his wave. We'll see what he did on the front end. That's our surfer from in blue, Local Boy, finishing up a good looking ride. Looked like he started out with pretty good vertical snap and finished with a good lip line finish as well. Eight minutes and 30 seconds to go. Entering the second half of the heat, our surfer in red has taken control of the lead with an 8.83 and a 5.17. Here's our surfer in yellow, just touching that lip for some speed. Now cutting back, and he's out of there. He's not a fan of that opportunity. Last of blue, a 6.57. Consolidating their hold on second position. Still needing a 7.44 if they want the lead, but now increasing the requirement for our surfers in white and yellow to progress to the semis. White needing a 9.27 if they want to take second position, and yellow needing 9.87. Seven minutes to go. White and yellow, both bigger surfers, needing a little bit bigger, cleaner wave to be able to perform. Surfer in red, able to work with any conditions. Surfer in blue, with smaller frame, able to get critical even on smaller waves with less energy, as we've seen with both their 6.5s. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Still enough time for another set to come through the point. Judges have gone into the good ranges for a surfer in blue, into the excellent for a surfer in red. They're looking for especially commitment and degree of difficulty of the maneuvers performed, critical sections of the wave. Here's our surfer in yellow on a good looking set, goes up high into the lip, gets some release, and he'll be happy to get a nice maneuver in, but still be looking for more. Probably reduce the requirement from a 9.87 down, but you'll definitely need another ride to make it to the semifinals. Here's our surfer in white, up and riding, setting up the bottom turn, carving the first section, just catching that rail again. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Last of yellow comes in at a 4.83, reducing the requirement to an 8.24. It's still quite a steep requirement to clinch second and make it through to the semis. Set appearing on the horizon, surfer in red in priority. Lets that one go, and we'll see if any of the other surfers have a look at it. Surfer in white now up and riding, setting up a bottom turn, going up into the pocket for a snap, and into the oncoming section for the finish. He's happy with that opportunity that came under priority. Just the one turn from yellow came in at a 4.83, so we'll see where these two turns go for our surfer in white. It might even go up into the goods. Might even come in higher than the two from our surfer in blue. 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That'll give an effective chance to our surfer in white. He'll be super happy to have had that opportunity under priority, so that wave that was let go from our surfer in red all the way up at the peak, for which other surfers didn't see much potential. That might have been a bit of a mistake from our surfer in blue, letting our surfer in white go on that one. Alright, the score comes in. It's just a 4.47, so not quite the requirement needed for second position. White still needs an 8.6. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, that doesn't leave much time for our surfers in white and yellow. Surfers in red and blue have done a pretty good job at consolidating their positions in first and second, and their positions in the semifinals. Coming up next will be quarterfinal heat 2. In the water we'll have Srikanti in red, Ramesh Budihal in white, Harish P, our 14-year-old from Mahabs, in yellow, and Som Sethi, also a Grom in the under 18 category, from Kovalong in blue. Srikant from Kovalong, Chennai, Ramesh from Kovalam, Kerala, Harish from Mahabs, and Som Sethi from Kovalong, Chennai. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the current heat. Surfer in blue takes off in the foam and doesn't see much in that. A little bit of frustration, but he still probably blocked someone on that wave. Here's a surfer in red going vertical for the first one, throwing lots of spray, coming out with control, setting up the second maneuver and riding out with control. Probably going to better their backup of 517 with 1 minute to go. You might get a replay of our ride from the surfer in red. Here it is. Bottom turn, setting up, going straight into the bottom turn, solidly vertical, releasing the fins, going straight up again, really vertical, critical. Damn, this might go into the high nines, 9.5 or above. And it is a 9.17. 30 seconds to go. Red has shut down his competitors, putting them in combination situation, requiring them to get a 18.01 to take the lead from him. Surfer in blue, Akilan, has done a good job of holding his second position, creating a requirement of 8.6 for our surfers. 8.6 and 8.24 for our surfers in white and yellow. And that is it for quarterfinal heat 1 for the men's open. In the water, Shrikant D in red, Ramesh Budhyal in white, Harish P in yellow, and Som Sethi in blue. As we hear the countdown for the start of the heat. We just saw a bit of a set in the last heat, so there might be some downtime before the next set comes through. Sometimes the rhythm of the ocean changes up and you have 2 sets back to back. There are some lines on the horizon, so we'll see what comes through as the surfers from the previous heat come into the beach. The heat still hasn't started. Here's the countdown for the start. As we see some good sportsmanship, and Akilan S is celebrating his achievement of being in the semi-finals. He'll be matched up probably against the winners of this quarterfinal heat 2. As the quarterfinal heat 2 is underway. The winners of the first heat are Kishore Kumar and Akilan S, who will be matched up in the semifinals against the second position from quarterfinal heat 3. The next one. A little bit of downtime here between sets. This is an elimination round, quarterfinals. Here we have our surfer in white, having a heat opener, getting out onto the open face. There's an opening section, lays it back, and rides out with control. That was a critical turn performed on the soft section, so that's an example of a surfer surfing the wave up creating quality surfing even on a wave with less quality. Good skill to have in competition. Competitions don't always promise quality conditions. Our surfer in white getting started nice and early. In between sets, will be positioned in the priority ladder. First of white, just a single maneuver on that soft section, a 5.0. Good way to start the heat. "16 minutes and 40 seconds to go. A little bit of downtime between sets. Our surfer in red able to get started even between sets on a wave of lower quality. Manufacturing a score on that soft end section. The bulk of that score not coming from the criticality of the section, but rather from the quality of maneuver. 16 minutes to go. We have some lines coming through. Surfer in red lets the first one go as it crumbles out. Second one looks a little bit foamy, but he still ups in, driving down the line. Setting up a bottom turn, vert, releases the tail a little too much as he loses control. 15 minutes and 50 seconds to go. It'll be just a throwaway score for our surfer in red. Critical to land those maneuvers for generating good scores. Seeing a bit of a change up in strategy from our surfer in yellow, Harish P, who usually likes to start the heat fast off his feet by catching some little insiders and using his size as an advantage. Now he's holding priority out the back. 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Guess he has it said, okay, this is now the big leagues. I'll wait for good waves. Here's our surfer in yellow, jamming the first section into the lip for the second. And that one looks like it's coming to a close, but he might make it out onto the open face again. Getting past the rock, no fear of the rock, just carving right in front of it. Driving down the line, looking to hit that oncoming section, redirects and completes his wave. 14 minutes and 30 seconds to go. That was the heat opener for our surfer in yellow. One of the masters of this spot. His morning routine is climb up onto the rocks, jump off, catch a wave at the point, then another one at the Elephant Rock, and then another one on the beach break, and keep going until it's time for school. Just be going on a short break. We'll be
Oh, this charger is not working? Oh, that's not.
we'll be back in a minute. Yeah, I'll go toilet. Alright, we are back on with live action. In the heat, currently in the lead, our surfer in white with a 5 and a 1, 2, 3. 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Surfer in red in second position with a bunch of throwaway scores, so not really able to find the rhythm in this heat. Still plenty of time, 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go to generate scores. That was a smart decision from our surfer in white to get started super early, even though the quality of the wave didn't look amazing. Surfer in yellow scoring a 3.83 on their heat opener. Surfer in blue scoring a 1.1 on theirs. We are entering the back end of the heat. Looks like that set never came through. The ocean sometimes does go on slightly longer lulls. So when there's a change in the rhythm, we call it a lull, where the ocean might skip a set or two. In this case, giving very few opportunities to our surfers in the water to create scores. You never know what's gonna happen, you never know what Mother Ocean is gonna provide. So always good to be ready to change your tactics, change the strategy up. Make sure you're ready for anything in the water. Eight minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Surfer in red in the lead. In second position, surfer in red with a 2.5 and a 2.23, needing just a 3.74 to take the lead The heat's still wide open, barely started, but only 8 minutes remaining, so the pressure builds. Surfer in yellow in third position with a 3.83 needs a 0.9 to progress. Surfer in blue with a 1 in fourth position with a 1.10 needs 3.63. It's the second half of this heat. Seconds are ticking. The surfer in yellow might be changing up their strategy back to their initial strategy of catching little insiders, generating scores, as we see him position himself on the inside second peak. We are sitting here in front of the quarterfinal heat 2 for the men's open at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, organized by the Surfing Federation of India, the Sports Authority of India, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, and TT Group. 7 minutes remaining on the clock. Looks like there's an opportunity out in the lineup. Surfers in red and blue are having a paddle. Priority sits with blue. Blue ups in, sets up the bottom turn, goes up into the lip, pushes on the tail, comes out with control. Just the one maneuver for blue though. Needing a 3.63. It'll be close. Anything can count in heats like this. Even the smallest scores can make the decision between going through or getting eliminated. Priority sits with our heat leader, who lets this one go. Red taking an opportunity on the inside. Oncoming section comes. He hits it hard. Remaining conservative on this maneuver, making sure to finish the maneuver. 6 minutes to go. The pressure of the time, of the clock, pushing our surfers to change up their strategies. Surfer in red there, not waiting for quality waves anymore, just going on anything and creating some scores. The last of red at 2.77, so really incremental improvements. Yellow now, big carve to start, goes up into the lip, quite vert for the finish. He's happy with that one. Now white up and riding, vert for the first one, carves the second, rail engagement. Oncoming section pushes the tail, looks to get past the rock now. He's driving down the line, sees an oncoming section, keeps going, hits the last one vertical, but loses the finish. There was another surfer behind. Looks like surfer in blue had caught a wave. We are entering the final 5 minutes of the heat. We might have a bit of a paddle battle between yellow and blue, both in third and fourth position. Waiting on scores for our surfers in yellow and white. White, our heat leader, looking for a backup. We'll get it with the snap to carve combo. We've seen snap to carve combos go up into the 7s. The quality on this one a little lower, so it'll probably be in the lower goods. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Priority is with our surfer in red now. White up and riding on the inside. Snap to carve again, just on a smaller wave. Looking for the double up. Not much. Look, checking the time, seeing if he has time for another wave. 4 minutes, 5 seconds to go. We'll probably go for the runaround. That wave probably a bit more of a strategic wave to make it back onto the beach and go for the runaround. Seeing our surfer in yellow past the elephant rock. Looking for some opportunities over there to score. Still waiting on his backup score. With 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go, we see our surfer in white going for the runaround. And last off, yellow, a 4.27, taking him up into second position. There's 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. If it keeps going like this will be a big upset in terms of results for our surfer in red. But he has priority. It's still 3 minutes to generate a score. All he needs is a 5.33 to make it to the semis. Competitive surfing is not all about skill. It's also down to what the ocean can provide. Surfer in red, just looking back at that one and opting not to go, might have been a bit of a mistake there because we had an open face. He didn't quite like how soft that wave was, and now paddling on the second one, but not going, he might lose priority. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This is a tense moment. Yellow opting in onto that wave that red let go of, pushing on the tail, carving the second one, losing the finish, looking just to increase that requirement for our surfer in red. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Red needing a 5.33 to progress. Very achievable. We've seen him get 9s. But in this heat, just not finding the rhythm with the ocean. The ocean also playing hard cards on our surfers. The last of white, a 6.5, increasing their hold on the lead. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. In the lead, our surfer in white, Ramesh Budihal. In second, surfer in yellow, Harish P, 14-year-old. Gromit from Mahabalipuram, needing 7.23 if he wants to take the lead, so he'll probably just be looking to consolidate his position on second. As we see our surfer in red now on an oncoming section, pushing that tail out, and he goes down. This was a critical wave for our surfer in red, who was looking for a 5.33 to progress with only 1 minute to go. Here's the replay. Again, one of those waves with just a little bit of a tough section oncoming over there. Tries to push the tail and go into the progressive maneuvers to generate a score. Only 45 seconds to go. Priority sits now with blue. Red frantically having a look at this opportunity. He might get a chance for the 5.33. He goes for a big laid out carve. Now looking to finish up that one. Pushing hard on the tail. Looking for the finish, and he doesn't make it. Just the carve with 20 seconds remaining. We might see one of the giants being pulled out of competition by our grommet from Mahabs. Last of red, just a 3, and it won't be enough. We have a huge upset in the results due to the ocean conditions, which barely provided a single set. Here's that wave. Good opportunity here from our surfer in red. Big laid out, drawn out carve. Pushing the tail on the finish. Could have been enough, but not making the finish. It's very tough when here we see our surfer in yellow making it for the first time in history for him in the semifinals of the men's open division as a 14-year-old. Creating a big upset, eliminating one of the giants, one of the top 4 athletes in the national series. Ocean really slow in the previous heat, really making our surfers pull out their tricks in terms of tactics, in terms of mindset, in terms of resilience to find opportunities even when the ocean is not providing. A surfer in white making good decisions, starting early with a mediocre looking wave and up surfing it, getting a 5. With probably gonna see all of our surfers in this next heat really not being picky, really catching anything to generate a score, having seen the slow pace of the ocean in the previous heat. This is quarterfinal heat 3 for the men's open category with 18 minutes remaining on the clock. Gotten through 2 of the quarterfinal heats. This is the third and final quarterfinal heat to decide the semis. Semis will be 2 heats, 2 3-man heats. First and second from the first heat go into semifinal heat 1. First and second from quarterfinal heat 2 go into semifinal heat 2. First of quarterfinal heat 3, so from this competition will go into semifinal heat 2. The second from quarterfinal heat 3, current heat, will go into semifinal heat 1. In the water is Sanjay Selvamani, national coach. In white, Sivraj Babu, local boy from Mahabs. In red, Naveen Kumar R, local boy from Mahabs. In yellow, Ruban V, also local boy from Mahabs. In blue, last of blue, 267, bumping him up into the lead. Here's a replay. Bit of a shifty wave, goes up into a foam climb, loses some speed, manages to get back up into the lip and push on the tail for another turn. The southern winds picking up. Southern onshore winds also making the conditions very tough in the last heat. Very challenging conditions for our surfers, needing to change up their strategies in terms of wave selection, be able to generate scores needed. It was a very low scoring heat. The highest score is 6.5. Here's our surfer in white on their third wave, laying it back for the first carve. Now it stands up a little more, just gaining some more speed. Drawn out carve for the second maneuver. And this wave kind of dies out next to the elephant rock. He's out of there. That probably will be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. "15 seconds remaining on the clock. 15 minutes, sorry. Just the first 5 minutes of the heat. Not seeing many sets since the last heat, so really big change in the conditions, in the ocean conditions. Curious to see if we'll be running the semis for the juniors, female. 40. Waiting for the score for last of white. With 14 minutes and 15 seconds to go. It comes in at a 4.67. Might be a little adjustment in the scale from the judges, seeing the change of conditions. 13 minutes and 25 seconds. Again, another slow heat in terms of ocean conditions. Curious to see. Well, we've definitely seen an active strategy from our surfer in white, who is currently in the lead. He's catching as many waves as he can. Build scores as you don't really know what the ocean's going to provide, especially in the starting moments of the heat. Smart decision to take. The boys from Mahabs being a bit more patient. There's a surfer in blue again. He likes surfing the insiders, and here he goes, jamming the first one, going up into the loop again, losing control. Now yellow up and riding, driving down the line, setting up the first turn, heading out onto the other section, big bottom turn, slams the finish. That'll probably be the highest scoring ride of the heat so far. Priority now sitting with our surfer in red. 12 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Waiting for a good wave. The last of yellow, a 6.33. We're seeing a big change in that scale. Judges really going much higher with their scores as they've seen the shift in conditions. Only our surfer in red still waiting to open their heat. All other surfers getting busy in the first half of the heat. Last wave of blue at 2-1. Situation in the water. Yellow in the lead with their 6.33. White in second with a 4.67 and some throwaways. And blue in third with 2.67 and 2.10. Red still waiting to open up their ride. Blue in third needs a 2.68 to progress. White needs a 1.67 to take the lead. Yellow's in the lead, still waiting for a backup. With 10 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Here's our surfer in white, just up and out. Not happy with the sections on that wave. Might be some lines on the horizon. Let's see what the ocean will provide. Priority sits with our surfer in red. Top ranked surfer of this heat. 10 minutes and 15 seconds to go as we enter the second half of the heat. After this heat, we'll be going on a break. The surfer in red requests for a time update. Coming around the 10-minute mark, we'll be starting to consider whether he needs to change strategy. But sitting in priority also puts a lot of pressure for you to wait for a good wave. So we'll see how this plays out for our surfer in red. We saw a big upset in the previous heat with our surfer in red going out of competition. Our current surfer in red will be hoping not to do a repeat of the same. As our surfer in yellow takes this opportunity in the lead on the inside under priority, just loses control on the bottom turn. But he still has 9 minutes and 20 seconds for a backup to consolidate his position on second. In the lead. 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go as our surfer in red decides to start their heat, carving the first section, setting up another bottom turn, just making that into 2 maneuvers, and he's out of there. Just an average looking start to the heat. A bit late with only 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Last of red, a 5.17. 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Surfer in yellow really adopting the strategy of scavenging the inside, going up into the lip for the first maneuver, carving the second. Now looking to see if there's any other sections on the inside of this wave. As he enters this, looks like it might be standing up a little. And he doesn't find a section, that wave dies out, he's out of there. It'll still be a backup score. Now we see our surfer in blue taking off on a nice looking peeler. Hits the first couple of sections, second section goes down on that one. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We're seeing the quality of waves really affect the surfing of some of our athletes. The best surfers are the ones that are able to generate scores even on bad conditions. Like we saw our surfer in white, able to start quick even on a poor wave, up surfing it into a 5. Last of blue at 2:43. Last of yellow, 4.0. Proves their hold on the lead. It's a good backup, but he'll still be looking for something stronger to keep hold of that, as the requirement for our surfer in second position is a 5.67 to take the lead, and for our surfer in red in third position, up and riding right now with the finish maneuver. Looking like he'll get a second opportunity on this one as it builds up on the inside. He hits the closing section and he's out of there. He'll get it back up. You only needed a 0.17. Here's a surfer in blue cutting back the first section, snapping the second in the pocket. Another cutback, just losing it on the finish. Waiting on scores from blue and red. Red will definitely bump up into second position. We'll see if he's even able to make it up into the lead with that one. Gave him 2 opportunities, one out the back, one on the rebuild in the inside. Entering the last 5 minutes of the heat. Ocean has been slow just like the previous heat. We're seeing really a big lull. Not many set waves coming through. Surfer in yellow in the lead with a 6.33 and a 4.0. Really cool to see our local boy Naveen getting some good results in this competition. He is a free surfer spirit. Really good technique, but doesn't have as much luck in competition. Last of red at 2.63. Red in second position now, needing 5.17 to take the lead. Still achievable. As he already has a 5.17. White in third with a 4.67 and a 0.67. Looking for a backup, just needs 3.14 to progress. Blue in fourth, needing 5.14 to progress. Here's our surfer in white, up and riding on this one, driving down for speed, and that one just runs away, not able to get ahead of the section. Really critical to be able to get into the mid face or the high line on those hollow waves to generate enough speed. Here's our surfer in yellow with the lead. Float to snap combo, cuts it back. Now looking for it to stand up on the inside, generating lots of speed, and he hits the oncoming section and completes with success. Let's see if it comes above a 4. Hardy sits with our surfer in red in second position, looking to take the lead off yellow, needing a 517. Yellow just catching another wave, might have increased the requirement. Last of blue, a 347, bumping him up into third position, needing now a 434 to progress. A white now in fourth, needing still that 314 to progress. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go as we see our surfer in white having a look at this one. Just drifting in. That one going quite soft and he's not happy with the opportunity. Waiting for the scores, last of yellow. See if he improves his situation and hold on the lead. Here's red. Setting up a bottom turn, carving the first section, trying to get past this double up here, managing to get past, goes up into the lip for the second maneuver. And he's out of there. Now it's blue with a drawn out carve, pushing hard on the tail. It looks like it might just be the single maneuver, but a strong one nonetheless. Strongest of his heat so far. As he looks to get past this elephant rock, and that wave dies out. Last. Waiting for scores for blue and red. Last of yellow comes in at 5.33. Here is red throwing the fins in the last minute of the heat as white drives down the line, getting ahead of the section, up into the lip, throws the tail, lands with success. He's happy to have gotten an opportunity on that wave to get a score. He needs a 314 to progress, so it's not much, but our surfer in blue would have also caught a good looking wave with that big carve. With 12 seconds remaining, some scores are coming through. Last of white. Is it just a 1-1? Or was there another wave from white? Last of blue, a 2.77, I think. It's not enough. Red getting a 4.40 as a backup. That is it. Our surfers in yellow and red go through to the semifinals. Quite a solid result for our surfer in yellow, Naveen Kumar R. A bit of an upset, as you can see. Higher seeded surfers such as the surfer in white and red is really feeling his rhythm in this event, being able to put some scores in the heats. Alright, we just had some technical difficulties with the Wi-Fi, which will be handled. We'll be going on break for a bit. Alright, boys, all set? Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge, brought to you by Surfing Federation of India, Sports Authority of India, Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, and TT Group. 19 minutes and 35 seconds to go in the semi-final. Heat 1 for the women's 18 and under. Kamali Murthy in red, Damyanti Shriram in white, and Netra Arabalu in yellow. This is top 3 on the national series. We will have one more stop in Kovalong before the end of the season, after which the season will conclude with an international event, a QS 2000, for which I might have the chance to compete. 18 minutes and 35 seconds to go. In the under 18 women's category, we will be deciding who makes it to the finals after this heat. Already from the previous heat, we have decided some of the finalists. Sanvi Hegde and Adya Singh already in the finals. Here we have our surfer in red, up and riding, Kamali Murthy, setting up her first turn in the lip, just not managing to rotate back to the beach. As we have our surfer in yellow, up and riding on the inside. First of red, a 3.33. First of yellow, a 1.0. Surfer in red being rewarded for the bigger set wave, managing to get some speed, managing to set up a maneuver, attempting a maneuver in a critical section. As we have a master from Vizag with the Vizag Rashi helping out one of the surfers. Vizag is a surf spot further up north the state of Andhra Pradesh, I believe. They get some pretty good swell up there. One of the best longboarding waves available in India. Also some solid walls on the point breaks. Surfer in yellow needing a 2.34 to take the lead from red. White still looking to open up their heat with 15 minutes on the clock. We will be running the women's 14 and under after this, also semifinals. The 14 and under boys. The surfer in white holds priority out the back. There's a surfer in yellow going for the paddle out. So plenty of time on the clock. See the
Okay.
Minutes remaining on the clock. We see our surfer in white with priority, waiting for a quality wave as the surfer in yellows made it out the back. Looks like some lines coming through the lineup. See if one of the girls likes any of these opportunities. Yellow's turning around. Lets this one go. White having a look, lets it go. Yellow perhaps. Yellow also lets it go. 9 minutes remaining. This is the 18 and under division in the women's category. See our women lining up nicely in the lineup in order of priority. Priority 1 with white, priority 2 with yellow, priority 3 with red. That is the textbook of how you'd like to line up at a surf spot, so that if one of the surfers with priority decides to let go of a wave, you can still opt in, catch it under priority. 8 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Priority is gained by making it to the primary takeoff zone. Priority is lost by paddling or catching a wave. Feel free to ask any questions about this sport on the YouTube live channel. Looks like our surfers are having a look at this one. Yellow paddling hard, just digging the rail on the takeoff. There are 5 steps to catching a wave. The first is scanning and choosing, selecting the right wave. Quality of wave is determined by its size, by the location of the peak, and by the angle of the taper down from the peak. If it's a steep taper, it's probably going to be a slow wave. If it's a long drawn out taper, it's probably going to be a closeout. If it's something in the middle, nice and clean, it'll be a nice peeling wave, allowing the surfers. Here we have our surfer in white giving it a shot in the foam. She's up and riding on her feet, looking for the open face, taking some direction. Should be rewarded for that. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. It looking to get some backup scores. Anything will do in terms of a backup, even just a foam ride. That last wave bumping her up into second position. Now yellow catching a white water, up on her feet, looking for the open face, and she goes down. Four minutes and 40 seconds to go. Surfer in white, paddling it out in the back. Or is that someone from the next heat? Yes. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Waiting for the last of yellow. Only needing a 0.78 to progress. Surfer in red, putting a big requirement on our surfer in white in second position, needing a 9.56 to take the lead. So it'll mostly be a battle for second. Currently in the hands of our surfer in white, our surfer girl in white, Damayanti Shriram, one of the youngest contestants in the event. 3 minutes remaining. As we see our surfer in white going for a run around. Interesting decision with only 3 minutes to go. As they might not be able to make it out back with that much time. Surfer in white did catch a couple backups though. A 1.53 and a 1.03. Last of yellow, a 1.63. Still white in second position. Yellow only needing 1.68 to take the second position and progress to the next round. Let's see who it'll be between white and yellow. As you see our surfer in white racing up the spot with conviction. And she'll make it out the back and have a chance of improving her hold on second position. Last of yellow, a 2.0, taking her up into second position. Yellow now with the chance of progressing to the finals, unless a surfer in white manages to catch a better backup. Last of red, a 5.33. Improving their situation. Putting our other surfers in combination situation, requiring 13.34 to take the lead. Essentially shutting down the competition in this heat in the last 50 seconds. Surfer in white needs a 1.87 to progress to the finals. And she's up and riding, looking for that 1.87. Only 20 seconds to go. And that's the end of the heat. Surfers in red and yellow. Oh, it looks like our surfer in white got a 1.90, taking them up into second position and bringing them to the finals. That was a very last minute effort buzzer beater from our surfer in white, who rushed in to the inside to get that 1.90 before the end of the heat and did so with success. As semi-final heat 1 for the 14 and under junior boys is underway. Sheikh Dawood S in red, Kevin Jonathan in white, and Monish Kumar in yellow. Here's our surfer in yellow up and riding, jamming that first maneuver. Now looking for the second section to build, getting some speed, pushing hard, and managing somewhat to come out of that turn. We will get a score for that. Now red up and riding, big cutback, second looking carve, looking to hit that oncoming section, rides out with control. Gardy now sitting with our surfer in white. As we see the buoys for the SUP races coming in. SUP technical event completed. That was our surfer in white on the backhand attack on their heat opener. Still waiting for scores for all of our surfers. $18 minutes remaining. Surfers getting nice and busy at the start of the heat. First of yellow, a 2.67. First of white, a 1.33. First of red, a 6.17. Red in the lead. Yellow in second, needing 3.51 to take the lead. White in third, needing 1.35 to progress. 17 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We'll be running one more heat after this one. Semi-final heat 2 for the 14 and under boys. Priority sitting with our surfer in white, followed by our surfer in yellow, followed by our surfer in red, as they make their way back into the lineup and wait for some quality waves to come through. .16 minutes remaining on the clock here at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. We are watching the 14 and under Grom category for the boys. In the lead, Sheikh Dawood S from Koblong with a 617. In second, Monish Kumar with a 267. In third, Kevin Jonathan with a 1.33. Kevin Jonathan needing a 1.35 to progress. Monish Kumar needing 3.51 to take the lead. All of our surfers waiting for a backup score. Top 2 rides of every heat count in the heat score total, which will be ranked against each other to decide who is the winners. There's our surfer in white, laying down a cutback and getting out of there. Maybe a good backup as we have our surfer in red now up and riding on a bigger looking set. He looks to form some form of a prop hop, chop hop. 14 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Red and white getting some backup scores. The yellow holds priority at the back. Last white at 2.33, bumps him up into second position, needing 4.95 to take the lead. Last red at 1. Yellow in third, needing just a 0.89 to take second position and progress to the finals. 13 minutes and 35 seconds to go, still plenty of time. Still 3.5 minutes in the first half of the heat. Surfers getting some scores down on their scoreboard. They will be starting to look to build on those scores in the second half of that heat. With 13 minutes to go. We have decided our finalists for 14 and under women's. Or was it the 18 and under women's? For the 18 and under women's, we have our finals, which will be Emily Murthy in red, Sanvi Hegde in white, Damayanti Sriram in yellow, and Adya Singh in blue. In the category of the juniors 18 and under boys, we have decided our semis. We'll have Tain Arun in red, Pradeep Pujar in white, and Harish P in yellow for the first heat, and Kishore Kumar, Somseti, and Prahlad Sriram for the second heat. That will decide who goes to the finals. This will all take place tomorrow. For the Surfing Men's Open, also decided our semifinals. In semifinal heat 1, we'll have Kishore Kumar, Akilan S, and Sivraj Babu. In heat 2, we'll have Naveen Kumar, Ramesh Budyal, and Harish P. For the Women's Open, also decided our semis. Here's our surfer in yellow up and riding. Semis of the Women's Open will be Kamali Murthy in red, Ishta Malvia in white, and Riva Aurora in yellow for the first heat. We have our surfer in red setting up their first bottom turn, jamming it in the pocket, cutting back, so it's a jam to cut back combo. Now looking for a floater, foam climb, and he's styling it out of there past the Elephant Rock, looking for another section, hits it, but comes down unstuck. That'll be a better backup than the one. Last of yellow, a 4.0. Last of white, a 2.33. Red in the lead, yellow in second. Yellow needs 3.18, but that requirement will change after the last of red. Score for the last of red comes in. White in third, with a 2.33 and a 1.33, needing 4.44 to progress. Slowly entering the second half of this heat with 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So for in white up and riding on the backhand, just not enough speed to get up into the face. Last of red, a 5.50. Requirement for a surfer in second, wearing the yellow jersey, will need a 7.67 if they want to take the lead. Surfer in white in third position, still needing that 4.44 to progress. 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Priority is with our surfer in yellow in second position, looking for that 7.67 to take the lead. Seven minutes and 25 seconds to go. Hoping for the conditions to show up tomorrow for finals day. We'll be running semis and finals for all our categories. Currently in competition we have the men's open division, the women's open division, the women's 18 and under division, the boys 18 and under and 14 and under. Just not enough surfers for the 14 and under in the female division. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this heat as we approach the back quarter of this heat. Surfers in red and yellow will be looking to secure their spots in first and second. Red essentially doing that with the 6.17 and the 5.50, putting high requirement on yellow. A 7.67 is needed to take the lead. White needs a 4.44 if they want to progress. Currently sitting on a 2.23 and a 1.33. Couple of opportunities coming through the lineup. No one opts in on that one. Red having a paddle. Red up and riding and out. That one reels away without them. Positioning on the takeoff is a critical aspect to making it past the section, making it onto the open face, and having the opportunity to score maneuvers. The surfer in red there, just a little too deep on that one. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Currently, the schedule for tomorrow looks like it'll start with the juniors 18 and under, boys semifinals, 2 heats, followed by the women's open, 2 semifinal heats, followed by the men's open, 2 semifinal heats. Then we'll go into the juniors final, 14 and under for the boys, the final for the 18 and under girls. Final for the 18 and under boys, followed by the women's open final and the men's open final. Just 11 heats on finals day, so make sure to tune in nice and early. We start competition at 7 a.m. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Three minutes and 20 seconds to go. Some opportunities coming through. Surfer in red had a look but opted out. To approach the last 8 of this heat. Surfer in red having a paddle in, but that one slips under. Red opting in on this one, going straight, getting onto the open face, and just pushing a bit too hard on the back foot, going incomplete on that ride. There was this chance to increase the requirement for a surfer in yellow from a 7.67. In terms of taking the lead, he's already done a good job of creating a big requirement. 2 minutes to go. White's turning around, having a look. White opts out. Red has a look, but chooses not to go. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Good.
Oh,
Too tired.
yeah.
1 minute and 20. Last minute. of this heat. Surfer in white just going for a tumble over the falls on that one. Was looking to get a requirement of a 4.44 to progress to the next heat. That was his opportunity with 35 seconds remaining. This is semi-final heat 2 for the juniors 14 and under boys. Grommets are battling it out at the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. This is day 2, where we decide the finalists for the finals day tomorrow. As we hear the countdown on the beach for this quarter semi-final heat. That's it for quarter semi-final heat 1 of the juniors 14 and under. Now into semi-final heat 2 with Kala Chiram in red, Yogesh A in white, Likit Salyan in yellow. Likit Salyan from the west coast, Mangalore Moki. Promising surfer in the Groms division with just 1 year of surfing experience. Yogesh A from Kovalong, Chennai. Multiple years of experience. He's the little brother of Kishore Kumar, the reigning champion in the men's open division and the junior 18 and under division. Prahlad Sriram, also from Kovalong, Chennai. One of the top contenders in the juniors 14 and under. Here we have it, our winner from the last heat, Sheikh Dawood, making it out onto the beach after that win. The waves have slowed down a little bit after that high tide mark at 10 a.m. Now the tide is drawing out towards the low tide, which will come in for the low at 4:20 p.m. Looks like tomorrow might be slightly cleaner conditions with the wind coming in more from the east. This morning we had winds from the south, the southern winds really messing up the conditions. Today we had sets at intervals of 6 minutes for the first half of the day. Then in the quarterfinal matchup number 2 for the men's, we had a big break, change in the ocean conditions, change in the rhythm of the waves hitting the sandbank. The big lull and very few opportunities to score. Surfers really having to shift up the strategy to be able to catch, manufacture scores even on smaller waves of less scoring potential. That was our surfer in red with a maneuver attempt, 17 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Surfer in red, having gone for an attempt, is now in third priority. "16 minutes and 15 seconds. Time is one of the biggest factors in competitive surfing. Only 20 minutes to catch 2 quality rides is a challenge. First of red, a 117. Getting a score in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Good achievement from our surfer in red to get the ball rolling. Build some momentum towards the end of the heat. We're looking for a good score. In the next 5 minutes for a backup score. And then in the 10 minutes after that, you'll really be looking to build on those and secure a position in the finals. That's the 15-minute mark. Had a long day of competition, deciding many semi-finalists and finalists for our finals day tomorrow, which will be starting at 7 a.m. Make sure to log in to the YouTube live on time to catch the semi-finals for juniors 18 and under males. We'll then have the semifinals for the women's open, semifinals for the men's open, the finals for the 14 and under boys, the finals for the 18 and under girls, and then we'll go into the finals for all these categories. Right now, deciding the finalists for the 14 and under Grum boys. Grums are surfers under the age of 18 or even 14 perhaps. Nice looking opportunity here. Let's see if someone opts in. Looks like they all let it go. Just a surfer in red opening up their heat with a 117. As we enter the 12-minute mark, surfers will be trying to start their heat. That one taking our surfer in white down. Amrit, send me somebody. 11 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Sorry, I got the attitude. Go! Okay! Looks like a relatively slow heat, as first 10 minutes of the heat has only resulted in one wave ridden by our surfer in red, a 117. There were a few opportunities coming through the lineup, but our surfers opting not to go, or perhaps not being in the right position. Now our surfer in white up and riding, looking for the open face, going up into the lip, riding out with control. That'll be a score. In a slow heat like this, any score matters. So even if it's not the biggest score ever, it will go a far way to securing the spot in finals. Out of white, the 433, bumping him up into the lead. Looks like our surfer in yellow on a double up just goes down. Good decision there from our surfer in yellow to take the first wave of the double up, as the first wave of the double up is the one that steals all the energy from the second one. That one just racing a little too far ahead. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Here's our surfer in red. Oh, sorry, in yellow with a carve. Finishing with control. That'll be a good opening score. Surfer in white now up and riding. Hits that oncoming section, but just coming out with too much angle and grabbing that outside rail. Backup of red at 283. Red now up and running again. That was our surfer in white with a big off the lip on the finish of that wave. That'll be a solid backup. It might even be the biggest score of the heat so far. And it is a 6.33. Now our surfer in red up and riding. Big carve to start. Jams it in the pocket to fit for the second one. And finishes off with control. That'll be a solid ride for red as well. But last of white, a 6.33, creating quite a requirement for our surfer in red, needing a 7.83 to take the lead. Here's the replay from our last of red. Carve, cut back to start, jams it on the lip on the first one, a little bit late to the section on that one. Three minutes to go. Last of red is 7.50. Very close to the requirement. The requirement now is 3.16 to take the lead. Two minutes to go. Just the final minute of this event for today. Still White in the lead with a 6.33 and a 4.33. Red in second with a 7.5 and a 2.83. Only needing a 3.16 to take back the lead, but definitely having a good grip on second position. Yellow needing an 8 to progress. Okay, but just with the voice. And that is it for the 14 and under males. Thank you for watching the Mahabalipuram Point Break Challenge. Today was day 2 of competition. This competition is brought to you by the Surfing Federation of India, by the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, by the Sports Authority of India, and by TT Group. Tomorrow today we decided our finalists and semi-finalists for all our categories, and tomorrow will be the finals day where we'll be deciding the champions. So make sure to tune in to the live at 7 a.m. tomorrow, as we'll be starting